Sorry, can you... What was the way you putting it?
But it's like we can hear the device that you're using. Like it's like we can tell that there's something between your speech and our
Okay.
reception of it, if you get what I mean.
Okay, that's fair.
It's not that
Yeah.
bad. Like I couldn't even pick it up at the start, but the more you talk, the more it just sounded a little bit like there was like it was like choppier, like there was some kind of thing, something between me hearing you speak and you
Okay,
speaking.
cool. Well, that's just going to have to be for this session, I'm afraid.
Yeah, so
Come on, go for it.
Okay. Last time we had played, the party was scrambling to find answers of how to get out of the City of Spines. You chose to use a recovered map from a Valetti scout patrol, which you found on the city outskirts, figuring that the queen of the city itself may be the best option, rather than using the twins, these gem barons who have a lot of sway within the city, who they agreed would return you to your lands if you were to return with a clutch of lava crawler eggs, and they would use their mage to transport you out of the city. A long debate was had between yourselves in great detail, many different fears of what could happen next. An agreement was made that Hendrik and Sophia should try and find out more about the lay of the lands, about how the city feels about the Concord, what has been happening to the tribes of the Empire swept away, that the Empire now holds a military enclave at the Promised Port, a port built and maintained by the Concord for a time. After these investigations, being bold and approaching the Scarlet Circle, who guarded the entrance to the fourth level of the city, the Bone Spike Cliffs, managing to bargain entry with your looted map, Sophia and Hendrik then left the party, ascending where they witnessed scores of Scarlet Brand militia training. You were then led to a steep ledge from a yawning, kind of stretched out hallway, where Hendrik spotted the famed Continental arms dealer, the Panther, who seemed to recognize him. There they were introduced to the Queen, the tall, muscular, and scarred figure at the head of the city, her tiara of bone atop her head. There, Sophia and Hendrik pleaded that the map was of interest to her, although she wanted to confirm what the map was saying was true before she delivered any arrangement or any promises that she could make. Sophia and Hendrik were then left by her, not before the Queen actually herself demanded that Sophia stay with her for a while. For what purpose, we don't know. But Sophia seemed happy. She seemed satiated in this, that a message from Lady Vela, the goddess of death and rest, made her feel comfortable that this was the right decision to take. While on their lonesome, the Panther approached Hendrik and quite boldly made the claim that Hendrik is somewhat related to the Kingdom of Teolin's royal line, that his mother is sister to King Lucian Amadare Teolin, something that Hendrik was not too bothered by. The Panther then gifted Hendrik a bespoke, strange magical tool or weapon. The only thing identifying it was the elven word fang inscribed onto the strange barrel of the item. From there, the Queen returned with her retinue. Sophia had time to say a meaningful goodbye to the rest of the party, and she left for her new task. The Queen, concluding her business, then sent the small statured mage Brahim Zafzaf with them to grant your desire to be transported out of the city. You travelled back towards the quarters of the twins itself, where now they were kept in a frozen scowl of fear and horror, their bodies turned to a dark grey slate stone. And once inside Zafzaf's chambers, he revealed himself to be an imposter, the alien form of a masked humanoid who wanted to learn about your guys' involvement in the Order of the White Rose, declaring himself that he himself was the first taken, an individual known as Shifter. And he conspired to share evidence with you, share information, and was also, trying to figure out what you guys knew as well. There's a long conversation with this creature, for lack of a better term, where he wanted to know about the lady, he wanted to know about what your guys' feelings were, and he also made the case that he does not want to partake in whatever next plans the Dominator has, that the City of Spines is important to him for some weapon. And with that, he honored his words, and you guys wanted to leave, and he transported you to the kind of meat-cutting section, the kind of exterior walls of Breakwater, in this very comfortable magical transport compared to what Osmundo Arcus, who you're hopefully going to relay with next, and maybe divulge all the information you learned about Shifter. And you guys made your way into Breakwater proper. You slept at the Bayview Lodge, a kind of coastal, fine living, fine stay lodgings where you had deep exfoliating massages, wonderfully hot temperature baths, the deepest, smelliest soaps to drown out the scent and get all the sand out of your pores. And you have slept and you have rested and you have survived one of the brief excursions that you had out of your lands. For some of you, the only excursion you've had outside of your lands. And now we return to the party, well rested, recuperated, smelling, some of their clothes smelling of perfume. Your clothes washed and pressed. And it's like an early morning breakwater. There's a faint mist in the bay, way in the distance from the storm wall. Dozens and dozens of great galleons and ships from the kind of third floor bedroom, kind of where you guys are from. Some of you are in independent rooms, I would say, but you're all on the third floor. That's what most of the rooms were free with. And you can hear like the sound of like bells and tauting of ropes, of ships being unberthed and moving around in small little schoons and schooners coming in and out to transport heavy cargo from the great galleons out in the bay, and the city is kind of coming alive again. And there's that kind of lovely sunrise in the distance of the Great Maw of orange heat pouring up over as that kind of spring sun slowly shift towards that kind of more familiar summer temperatures. And yeah, what do you guys want to do? What do we see you guys doing?
Yeah, me and Dex, I don't think that would go well. If I remember correctly...
Solacey dropped for a second.
Okay.
Good.
It's quite an interesting... It's like, all right, fine, we're starting the day. If I recall correctly, isn't the meeting with the ex-husband? I don't remember if they were actually ex-husband or if they were just apart.
We were separated, yeah.
I think I got separated. I don't remember if they were actually ever like formally divorced or anything like that. But isn't that meeting today, tomorrow?
I believe it's today because we slept at the end of the last session, right? We went and got all pampered up, like Cameron said.
It is the 10th day of Brawlin, so the meeting with Eric is today in the evening, based on whatever time you want to try and approach that storm shelter, Torkel. And there's an early morning meeting with the New York Zealot, which Jerome said you guys could attend with Osmundo.
Yes, the onboarding.
I'm sorry. Oh, yes, I forgot we actually made it back in time for both.
Yeah.
I thought we missed one of them. Yeah, in that case, probably we should... I know I was not exactly myself for a while, but we should eat well and then attend this formal meeting first.
You had me at eat well.
Please go. Yeah, I thought I might. So, just so I can remember, because it's been a while, this formal meeting, it was the new Arch Zealot, wasn't it? It was.
Yeah.
And I think
it'll be in the Hall of the Zealot.
Yeah.
We have 3 things to do today. We have, well, possible things. We can go to the onboarding, the new Arch Zealot. We also need to talk to Osmond for, well, if we want to share our findings.
I think
then... sorry?
No, go on. Sorry.
And then just a meeting later on tonight regarding Eric.
I think it would be smart for us to share what happened with Osmundo. It would be, if he can, I imagine he would likely pass it on to Jerome, and Jerome certainly knows a great deal more about what's going on than we do at the moment.
That's true. We can also possibly relay some important news via magic. I believe we can. I'm no expert in magic, but we can do that now. So
we can. I mean, and it would certainly not be out of the realm of possibility for us to do both. But
not that I want to bypass any kind of chain of command, but we could if we wanted.
We could. If I recall correctly, Jerome more or less had Osmundo acting in his stead here. Sorry, this has been a while. I think that's something along those lines, wasn't he?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe it would be best if we go there. I believe Osmundo as well may be attending this meeting.
He will be.
Because I believe it was originally intended for Jerome, but he had other priorities. So if we were to go here or go to attend, then we can probably likely speak to Osmundo at the same time.
Yeah, we could leave now, and depending on whenever this Arch Zealot inauguration is happening, we could get there before it happens and we can speak, or we can wait until afterwards. We've already eaten though, right? I think we've already
Yeah, I
eaten,
mean,
so
like you guys have all had
Yeah.
because
this morning, now that we're back in civilized lands, before we attend to the business that we've given ourselves.
Not really from me.
I'm going to.
Nothing comes to mind.
Oh, god damn it.
No kind of no mini shopping sessions.
I think there is some. Hold on.
Bolts, but I believe I already crafted bolts recently, so I
You
think
need
I'm
to
good.
pick up a set of heaven touch tools.
Oh, okay. I mean, we could do that now, right?
Yeah.
On the way.
Uh,
Just a
this is like
blacksmith,
the
is it?
This is like the last day of businesses being open because it's about to come into the weekend. Where
Oh.
everything closes down.
Yeah.
I mean,
if we could, what do we have an understanding of what time it is just now and what time we should be at the formal meeting with the Arch Zealot?
It's about 6 a.m. now. You guys are woken up.
Oh my Christ.
And the meeting is about 9 a.m. So you got a couple hours.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
went to
so I
bed
could probably go
early,
pick up
so
I could probably go pick up some heaven touch tools. And
Absolutely. Yeah.
Time, right?
Absolutely.
Cool, yeah.
How much-
So if I
how
can-
much
if I
money
can
do I
find
have
them,
again?
then that'd be good.
I mean, there isn't a big rush today. Depending on how long this thing with the Arch Zealot goes on, we have a lot of the day to spend to ourselves. And we can decide to do it right now before we go, or after the Arch Zealot business.
Yeah, I'm happy with whatever fits in with people's schedule.
Yeah, it's
I don't
fine
think
with me.
anybody else
just,
has.
just whenever we're done with the things here, I'd like to get to deal with my business afterwards, but there's still time
yeah.
for that.
Yeah, no worries.
We'll get this stuff done first.
Yeah.
If nobody's got
Okay.
any other shopping, then let's do that before the meeting, and then just go to the meeting.
Sure.
All right. Is everyone going with Torkel to shop for some Heaven Touch tools?
Is it along the way?
You'd need to go back into the World Span Assembly, like the kind of crafting section of the city.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, best that we all just stick together, anyways.
Yeah. Yeah.
You will be going to a familiar site. You'll be going to the Proving House of Kinos, where you kind of did all that investigating with finding out how to get in the veins of Mina and all that stuff. So you'd be going there basically to store some Heaven Touch tools, Torkel.
Okay.
Okay, so as I briefly remember describing to you guys kind of this large structured building, the Proving House of Kinos, yes, and that kind of like communal workspace area, because early in the morning there's a few people crafting stuff in there, but it seems to be it's either people who are like trying to get ahead, get access to certain tools, building materials, people who have like not even slept all night and they've got like weary bloodshot eyes and they're still working on like perfectly crafting that tool, that utensil, that weapon, whatever they're in, this kind of large square shaped round table of different tool sets around the lower floor. And as you approach and head inside, and you spot there's a few autonoma of the cherished around, guarding it, as I described before. The Heaven Touch tools, with your just base religion check, it's a very specific tool to each individuals. Some people build these kind of have like their Heaven Touch tools is the gloves they wear when they're crafting. For some people, it's the eyewear that they have. For some people, it is the literal tools they have in their hands. So it's very specific to the individual. And it's not a question of a cleric of your rank, of your divinity, a divine ascension within the kind of actual your piety, shall we say. Like, it's not we're surprised you don't have them yet. It's more of like oh well, how can we help? There'll obviously be a charitable donation you need to make towards the process, because it'll take a priest about an hour for them to conjure them.
Yeah.
So, in your mind, Torkel, for what you want to achieve, what would your divine channeling tools be? What tool, what clothing, or what form would they take for you?
I think like you know how those like appraiser eyeglasses that you can get that have like the little, like sometimes in fantasy settings you see them have like multiple lenses, like magnifying lenses. Yeah. I think because he spends so much time identifying unique substances and rocks and stuff like that for this grand vision of putting together a cathedral to Kinos that's made from all of the unique items throughout different areas of the Concord. I think those would probably be his most universally used tool, and therefore the one that would make the most sense to have blessed. So it's a set of sort of silver eyeglasses, and in the left handle and the lens on each lens there's the ability to pull over like 3 different types of magnifying lens.
Okay, so you offer this to the priest, and this is kind of this large burly human man, like he's like hands like the size of mitts, and he takes it over this delicate bench, and all of you can watch this process as it delicately sets out an emerald, some gold shavings, silver coinage, and kind of a wealth of actual wealth in front of it, and begins to wrap your item, like kind of almost like packaging it in prayer paper, and the prayer paper is etched with prayers to Kinos, and like wrapping it like a delicate present, which is funny for wrapping like eyeglasses, but he's taken very much time. He's wearing kind of delicate gloves when he's doing it, and he sets it on this small little dais, and like delicately places the silver coins in this pattern around, and then he kind of spreads the shavings over on top of the packaged eyeglasses, and he holds the emerald in his left hand while he opens up a book and displays it with 2 fingers as he starts to recant a blessing from Kinos. As he does this, you see that the book itself starts to glow, and the emerald starts to glow, and actually from the tip to the base of where the finger is holding the emerald starts to dissipate and drop, and almost like falling starlight starts to fall away and melt from the tip of the emerald down to the base, and over the course of an hour it disintegrates basically into small little grey filaments and flows into the papers in and around the glasses. At no point in this can you actually see the remaining frame of the glasses or anything like that. And this process takes an hour. It's a very delicate, you can see him sweat bead off his brows, and there's a few other attendings of like lesser ranked acolytes who watch the process, who stop whatever they're doing, making a sword, making a walking stick, and an ink box for their table, whatever it is, and they watch this process. This is a very respected, needed process for Kinos. And once it's finished, he closes the book very delicately and sets down. The gem has been completely consumed by the casting of the spell, and he slowly picks up the wrapped eyeglasses, and he hands them to you very delicately, like on a little it's actually been on like a little small square block, and he hands the block to you with them resting on top, and gives it a nod to you, and he says, Kinos is so fit to bless this item for you. You may witness the perfections that heaven wants in what you build. I hope and know it will be of good use to you. Thank you, fellow priest of the Maker. And he hands the stone to you, holding your eyeglasses on top of it.
Yeah, I'll take the stone and just give him like a short bow and say, thank you.
So do you want to unwrap your eyeglasses?
Yeah, I think you'll unwrap them as they're heading out. Yeah,
They're just fucking broken.
So as a donation, just 50 gold pieces for paying for that getting done. So, and you have a discount because you're actual priest of Kinos. Well, if you didn't know, it would cost a bit more. Memberships. So as you're walking, just to unwrap it, like you actually see that once you basically start to touch the paper, where your fingertips touch the parchment, it starts to like almost disintegrate, like water hitting paper. But it's not alarming. It's like, oh, this paper has like been so brittle because of the enchantment that it's actually basically, it's just, you can breathe on it. You can like blow a breath over it and the paper just disintegrate. And as you do so, like the lines where your hook behind your ears are and the eyeglasses are this lovely, deep, kind of almost shiny green coating of like polished gem emerald all across like the frame of the glasses, and the lenses itself are this deep goldeny bronze coloring, and each lens, the smaller lenses zoom in, are kind of another deeper red and a deeper yellow, and you basically got like this kind of super pimped out, ornate, gem wreathed, gold and silver coated, specked out pair of glasses now.
Nice. He's gonna be the flyest looking priest of Kinos at the Kinos ball.
Yeah. So you have your heaven touch tools now, so you can add them to your inventory. So you can start to craft, enchantments and all these things as well. So you're getting around to about that was probably about, it's a big city, probably about half an hour walk and back. So that's half an hour gone, an hour. So you've got about an hour and a half until you think you roughly need to be to the Hall of the Archzealot. Is there anything else you guys want to do? Or you just want to cut ahead and try and see?
So would you say that was had an hour and a half?
You have about an hour and a half free until the meeting starts with the Archzealot.
No, nothing with that amount of time. Actually, let me look up a map. How far are we from the Liberty Corner?
You're probably like another half an hour walk to Liberty Corner.
Okay. Yeah, I would kind of like to have a little bit of a wander around Liberty Corner just to see how that process is going. Like, obviously, the last time we kind of saw it, it was still under, or I'm not going to say martial law exactly, but like still being controlled.
Heavy police presence in the brush.
Yeah, there's still a heavy presence there. So I'm just kind of curious to see. It's not urgent if anyone else has anything to do. But if we've got some time, then I would kind of like to go and just see how things are going. See,
is everyone else wanting to accompany Leonok doing this? Or is anyone staying behind?
Sure, why not?
Okay. All right. Why don't you guys look at your perception checks in, please?
Right.
22,
Okay.
23.
Perception.
Great rolls starting off the session. 25, not 20.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Hendrik is bored.
hey, sub 20 Ryan, high five.
So as you stroll around
I had
Liberty
to roll a
Corner,
1.
as you stroll around
And you
Liberty
still
Corner, for Liranok and Hendrik, you can see the remains of where the chaos and disorder was in the days previous are still being cleaned up. There's still wagons like relocating rubble and scrubbing off graffiti and using magical, small little lesser cantrips to, clean up stuff from, some priests of Kinos and even a few from Nedland supervising. There's definitely still like a brass shield presence here, and you get the sense that the locals of Liberty Corner they're working, like they're going to work, they're doing what they have to, they're trading, but there seems like just kind of this air of unsuredness, and with Thoric and everyone else's kind of plus 20 perception checks, you get the sense that this place is still like under surveillance. Like there's definitely still a few people who you recognize being in that chamber, that when Hendrik was sworn in as a truth caller, you do spot some a handful of truth callers still around, like incognito, walking around Liberty Corner, still either tying up loose ends or making a presence not known but still doing work. But the obvious thing is Droom's temple is no longer here. It is gone. Like it never was there to begin with. The warehouse that it landed on top of is just flattened, like a steamroller rolled over like an entire warehouse and like ground it into dust. Where there once was a temple, there's just a strangely shaped temple gap of where it was.
Interesting.
And that's what you guys see.
Alrighty.
That takes about half an hour. So, yeah. All right.
Yeah.
You guys want to kind of...
Yeah, start heading over now. Rather, we're not putting it too close.
Okay. All right. So you leave, going back through the Emerald Hearst, this lovely ancient oak woodland that is close to Liberty Corner, and actually marries up with the Hall of the Archzealot. It is, as you approach this woodland, and it smells like kind of, there's this lovely mist in some little pockets of this grove, and still over the bay. And you can smell that kind of morning wetness, like dew still in the air, and running your boots through the grass and some of the paths. There's people out for, a stroll. It's one of kind of the really idyllic parts of Brickor. People like walk their kids, they go through a stroll, reading, the paper before they go to work and everything like that. And you see on the kind of sloped of hill next up, kind of just as the forest gets slightly thinner, a walled structure. You see a castle in an older style, although it is definitely smaller, like even smaller than some of the manor homes, which you saw like close to where you investigated the Nakansinto ruins, like that western fine Irish stockrick, old new money mix. It is old. It is kind of dark yellow marbled stone of an old style, like centuries old, but there's a lot of bustling activity in it. It's only got about 2 levels from what you can see, but like a tall exterior defensive wall. It looks to be, best you guys can describe, there's a lot of people showing up. There is a brass shields presence guarding it. There's also a handful of other important peoples here that aren't just the churches. There's definitely dignitaries and acolytes seem to be arriving in preparation of all 12 churches coming here. And there's people arriving with like food wagons that are being checked over by brass shields. There's big kind of rucksack backs of parchment being brought in and everything like that. It seems like it's kind of this kind of retrofit of this building for whatever the Archzealot's desiring it to be. And you can see that you can see at the corner of your eye, they're not making any perceptions to hide it, kind of close to the door. Hendrik spots it first, and then I believe Orly would spot it next. You do see Osmundo talking to a truth caller, this burly, like kind of tall for a dwarf. He has a shaved head and this kind of ritualistic tattoos all over his neck and the side of his cheeks. And Osmundo seems to be talking to him like very intently. And he hasn't noticed you guys yet. And Osmundo is dressed completely differently. He has not got these strange arcane bracers on. He does not have the kind of that lavish not garment, but the kind of lavish doublet that he wore. That's like high fashion. He's wearing a very respectful, almost like entry-level acolyte tier robes than anything else. Definitely like wouldn't paint him as like clergy, more like a functionary, shall we say. And he's wearing that and talking very intently to this dwarf. And Hendrik and Orly spot him with their passive perceptions. So what do you guys want to do?
Could be that he doesn't want to draw too much attention to himself at the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe you should just approach Hendrik instead of a group of us, if that's the case.
We
Um,
were invited. Right, hang on. Hey, let me interrupt. We were invited to come along to this, right? Or is it?
Yeah,
no.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
So wanted to double check. It's been a while. I wanted to double check that before we try and bust our way in here. And yeah, then it would be smart if we were to go up perhaps some of our less noticeable group. But
there's no real harm in all of us, just right?
I mean, I'm not intimidating at
No.
all, so I can approach. It's
well, no. But if his goal is to try and attract not as much attention to him, then I think standing next to myself and you would certainly draw some eyes.
Okay, how about this? Orly and I go talk to him, and
Yes,
the rest of you guys, I don't know, get a drink or
that
something.
is fine. Just all we need to know is that we can speak to him afterwards. But or maybe we are incorrect in our assumptions, in which case we can gather with him. But
He seems
a little.
He does a firm handshake to the dwarf, and they leave, and he goes back to standing against the wall.
Okay, we can. What's his full name again? I always forget.
Osmundo
Arcus.
Osmundo. Okay. Yeah, he seems to be a little bit busy right now, but I mean, me and Hendrik can just inquire about this Art Zealot meeting and go from there, I guess.
Yeah. They're like I'm assuming other guests are also arriving, or are they all mingling in this?
There's probably like maybe 50, 60 people outside, like, and like there's probably about 10 or 15 people entering, like every 5 minutes or so, being checked by brass shields, and then like another couple people show up.
Okay. Is it like they're all sort of in this, they're all hanging around this area? It's not like they're filtering from here into somewhere else?
It seems whatever like administrative conversations are happening, there seems to be light out here based on what you can overhear from conversations, and they're kind of all getting ready. Like they all don't want to go in just yet. They're like they've got other stuff they want to talk about before they go in the meeting starts.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Okay, we'll head over to him.
Okay, all right. As you approach, and he sees you approach, he raises an eyebrow and a coy smile licks at his lips, and he nods, and he looks like genuinely like happy to see you guys. And says, I was wondering where you went off to. I haven't seen you for a few days.
We went sightseeing. Much that we can share. However, we're just here to see if we can help or just be present during the Art Zealot's arrival, I guess.
Yes, many of us aren't really sure what to expect of Raphael's entrance into this position. I'm here standing in for Droom as he had to be off on business, so I'm functionally filling in for his absence, which is, it's not really the common thing for a foreigner to stand in front of the High Lord Juratus in an event like this. So I have came as respectfully dressed as I can be.
Well, so far it looks like you're doing everything pretty well.
Trying. I have a pretty good grasp on your southern dialect, but I hope they don't transition all the way into Celestial. Usually in these formal events they do. It's one of the things I still need to practice up on, but I've been forewarned that Raquel does value the southern tongue the most, so.
Well, luckily we might help with some in-the-ear Celestial translations if needed. I'm going to turn around. Are the rest of the gang looking? Can they see?
Sure they can.
Yeah. I'm going to just kind of like wave you guys over if you want to join over.
Yeah, happily.
Yeah, sure thing.
Yep.
As the others are approaching, I'll kind of like set aside my palm and kind of direct towards Lernok and say, Lernok here, as you remember, he might be able to help you if we were to sit close to you or be present during this whole ordeal.
I would be glad to give any assistance. May I ask what it is I'm needed for?
Oh, yes. Well, I was just saying to Orly there that they might transition to Celestial for some accords or instructions. It's been known that it is the respected formal tongue of high office. Usually most of the archzealots give their meetings in Celestial. I'm a little bit rusty on it. I am not taking the easy route to summoning a spell and learning a language. I'd rather actually do all the hard work and study it properly. But it's been some time since I've had a chance to really study Celestial.
Yeah. Yes, I would be glad to offer assistance. I am quite familiar with Celestial Tongue. And yes, I believe most or a great deal of high-level formal meetings do tend to be done at least partially in Celestial, so it would not be too out of the ordinary. If you wish, I can certainly translate anything that you are not sure with.
I think the specifics will be I'll be sitting at the table. You and your company will have to stand a few paces behind. It's the way things are done. I believe I've been told of the decorum, so you won't be immediately beside me. But it will be a pretty busy room. I'm sure that I'll ask you to translate anything I can't really understand by the end of it. But this is all go, and gestures towards like the crowd of people still filtering in, people still showing up. It's quite an effort to really get on the right foot with this Archzealot.
Yes, it is unusual circumstance for someone for a Silver Templar. I'm sorry, spoken about, like, if I recall correctly, he is a fairly high-ranking Silver Templar of one of the Order, wasn't he?
Best you remember, he is Grand Master of the Raising Flame Order.
Yeah.
That was it, Grand Master. Like, it is most unusual for any Silver Templar to take on such a political position, for a Grand Master especially. Long shot, and I may have already done this actually. This is very not normal, correct?
It was done like a long time ago. It hadn't been done for a couple centuries, like 300-400 years ago.
Yeah, so very much in the unusual and stand out.
But not unknown.
Not unheard of, but like unusual in this day and age.
Shocking.
Yeah. And Osmundo speaks, and he says, yes, well, I feel if it was the normal appointment, or the believed appointment, the one that the successor, I think that half these people would be about their business doing jobs elsewhere. But we just have to see what happens, really. We should probably go inside and find our slate and all these things.
Of course. We'll go then.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so following him, you guys will have to disarm and surrender your weapons to go into the Hall of the Archzealot.
Okay, sure.
Google.
Okay. Your armor can still stay on, but all your weapons. They expect this. There's a large armory and like a ticket code. Like you get written and you get your ticket like for your armaments, and there's like a separate lock and key.
Like a coat check.
Yeah. You guys do that. Osmundo isn't armed. He doesn't have any magical artifacts on him that you guys know of. And to describe what you see on the inside as you enter in, like the armory is kind of on the exterior. They kind of made this makeshift armory for this meeting because usually don't have this much people coming in. And as you kind of step in, this stone-coated building is draped yellow in like just wear and age. And all the cracks of the old stone grow with twisted ivory and briars. The vegetation fills in the gaps rather than exploiting them. The first chamber, which you come into, is a large open with an 80-foot thick stone pillars, half a dozen of them supporting the second floor above. And there are planters and lush green shrubs all across this bottom floor. And there's an entire tree plots growing up amongst the stone, root coming out of the floor. Like there's a small forest starting to colonize the lower floor, this first floor of the building itself. You can see in the center of the chamber, there are 12 triangular plates equally spread apart with a gap in the middle. And each of them has a symbol showing a sign of one of the gods. And there are vines attached to each of the corners, looped and thick. And you can watch as you go inside that some people step on one of the little triangles, and in reaction to people staying there for a few moments, the vines retract and so they start to rise the little slate, like the triangular shape, into the ground, or up off the ground and upwards towards the second floor. And there's a perfect gap above where it'll fill in. And as it kind of goes up and drops someone off, then the vine retreats and goes back down and drops people off again. So it's like at least functioning vine elevators from the first floor to the second floor. And this kind of jerk of movement seems to be quite comfortable. Anything you guys want to say or see or do?
Is that
Is it well
translating?
lit?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Timing.
Go on.
Is
Yeah,
it well-
unfortunate.
Is it well lit, or is it kind of?
Oh, it's really well lit. Like, there's definitely these massive, like, open-topped windows for the first floor, and like beaming in from the second floor. They're not glass or anything. They're just open stone windows of pure
okay.
sunlight coming through.
Hmm.
It's southern coastal. It's an old temple. They don't really need to worry about weather as much. It's very warm in this climate. Okay. And Osmundo gestures to wait in a line for the tier slate. There's a line of about 40 people in front of you guys that are getting queued on to be divvied up across the slates, and you're waiting in the line there.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yes, they are certainly putting on quite a show with this.
As far as I'm aware, this is how it usually is. It's an old building. This is how it was used long ago, ages past.
Hmm.
Okay. You get your turn. You're waiting in the queue for a long time. It seems like the vines actually go up and down very slowly. And some people are like, there seems to be an actual like effort to get certain people, more important people up. And there's kind of there's one queue for you guys, one queue for like another. The time that you're waiting, you do see a handful, about 6 or 7, of the highest priests within Breakwater enter in. You see the curator of the Platinum Archive, who you've met, both Hendrik and Thoric enter in. You see what would be the Breakwater's version of the High Ash Keeper here from the Church of Vela, and a bunch of different high churches here who would answer directly to their hierophants. And sit on the interior council of the Archzealot, and they are like get priority to go up. And as you're waiting, Osmundo, he kind of like points towards a few people entering in, and he says, "That's the High Lord Juratas there. That's who I'll be sitting beside during this meeting."
What's the reception been like since in the last few days of this new Archzealot in the city of Breakwater?
Well, word spread quickly. As far as I'm aware, Raquel is a respected military leader, so we're not worrying on that front. But it did come to a shock, especially to that side of the room, and gestures towards the Mina Church, like getting on their slate, and a handful of like other a guild, the League of the Golden Veil, are talking to them. So that lot over there, their the successor that the previous Archzealot had in training. Well, there's word of him being snubbed for it, but we know that the Golden Council makes the right decisions in grave, important matters like these.
Yes. Has there been any word on what is happening to the Underzealot? As far as I'm aware, they haven't been removed from their position, but normally they would then be assuming the role of Archzealot.
There's talk. I think he has his own life. I feel he has a nice manor home. Since news of actually Raquel Sequeiro, Grandmaster, taking on the Archzealot, he's still got his position as far as I'm aware, but he hasn't been seen coming back into the office in this hall just as of yet. But I have no doubt that if Raquel was a wise man, he would keep him on his inner circle.
It'd certainly be handy to have such an experienced individual in that position, even if it's not, say, the position the Archzealot may or the Underzealot may wish.
All right, this is our time on the slate. Just relax. It can feel when we're relaxed, and it'll rise then, and you'll step on the slate, and it fits like you and a couple others, like probably about a dozen or so people in total. And as it arises, and the jerky movement is not what you expect. It's more like a whale breaching the surface of the water. It's soft and slow. The tangled vines which raise the slate creak and stretch as the platform, which gives a kind of this unnerving feeling of like, oh, are they going to support the weight? But you saw bigger, heavier items go on, even with Thoric on the platform as well. And as you rise up, people are pretty quiet, but it's quite striking to look down at the lower floor and see all the people still queuing for the slates, see like kind of the whole spread of people. And as you arrive on the second floor, it comes to a complete stop. It is mobbed. There is dignitaries, acolytes, everybody you can think of, from the highest high clerics to the kind of lowest rungs of acolytes on the second floor. It is about 25 feet tall with a conclaveness like that of an umbrella being unfurled that you're like standing beneath of. It's a large, wide room. The open windows cast beaming rays of light into the room. 12 great windows around the second floor that pour in light. And at the exact center of the room is a large triangular table that could fit well over 100 people on each surface of the face of the triangle. And from here, you can see that, in fact, all the vine lifts around the table are designed to sit perfectly and flush, so that, like, once the meeting is called, all the slates like sit there, and you're not down the first floor, like, so the room will be like contained, shall we say, like it'll be fully locked in a way, and that the slate and the tables like purposely fully spaced out, so people can get up from the slate of tier and walk straight forward to the tier delegation at the table. And why don't you roll me a nature check for me, please? Orly and Torkel, please.
Sure. Is there any common folk here?
I mean, there's... Make a perception check as well, please. Nature? Okay, nice. 15. Orly, with a 13, there's a handful of, like, small servants, like, getting, like, there's a small refreshment corner at the back of the room, where there's, like, ales and waters and glasses of wine and, like, small little... curiosity pastry things being poured out. That's about it. Torko, don't pass this check. Orly, you recognize the wood of the table. The wood of the table is made out of a morel tree, a long extinct species of tree. And this tree, like it's huge. Like it's like 100-foot diameter across one face, then 100 foot and another 100 foot. So they've used whatever made this table is used like basically a whole morel tree to craft this large table.
Where did the morel tree originate, or was there kind of like?
It used to be across all the Concord, but they started to recede and die back probably like a millennia ago.
Oh wow!
Very old tree.
Something older than Hendrik.
Yeah. And as you rise and stuff like that, Osmundo looks to you. Probably just best stand back from the seating arrangement for the tier section, and I think we'll be underway shortly. I'll go and take my seat next to the High Jortis and the other priestess and priestesses. Just watch and listen, and don't interrupt. Don't bring any attention. I'm lucky that I think we have to worry about other people perhaps having snarky comments, but I don't expect it from the five of you.
Okay, we'll have to meet up afterwards.
Yes, it'd be good to have a reconnoiter and talk of where you've been and what you've been up to the last couple of days. I've been buried in the paperwork in Jerome's absence. Okay. This shouldn't take too long, hopefully, if I don't... Well, we'll just have to see. Raquel could come in here and talk for 3 hours or 10 minutes. We don't know. And he steps forward and goes to speak with the tier delegation. He shakes the hand and bows respectfully to the High Lord Juratus, and shakes the hand and gives a kind of proper like religious greeting to people. On the left-hand side of the tier delegation is Nedlin, and there's Brass Shields functionaries there. And then it goes around the table. Then there's Namela, and then Kinos, and Vela, then Mina. And it's like all the way around, and people starting to slowly start to, take their seats in mass at the table. Do you guys do anything or want to check out anything while this is happening?
No, I think we're not just sort of taking a comfortable position, hopefully where he gets a good line of sight to everything. And
yeah.
Let it happen.
Yeah, same.
All right. Not long after looking over the table, you see that Osmundo's taken a seat next to the High Lord and his aides. As is tradition, only the church leader and the closest company take a seat at the actual table, so you guys are behind and spectating. Although it is still a great honor to be in this chamber and see an archzealot, especially one being like confirmed rather than a meeting in itself.
How is
A large. Oh, go ahead.
the what you were just mentioning, the singled ones out. How are they all like? What's their disposition like currently?
Do you mean like
from
the high clerics?
Yeah.
Give me an insight check.
Sure.
11. They're pretty regal, politically astute figures. If they've got emotions, they're not wearing them on their face, especially not in such a public meeting like this.
Okay.
Probably the only one you could spot with a little bit of upset would be the high priest of
Mina.
Talos.
Oh, Talos.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a scowl on his face. Sitting at his table with his arms folded.
Remind me what Talos is again?
Talos is the god of destruction, wind, and
Destruction. Okay.
A large ringing horn echoes out the entire chamber, and at that point, anyone who's still on their feet right next to the table takes their seats, and anybody standing kind of stands firm. And there's maybe some 350 people in this chamber. Everybody's sitting shoulder to shoulder across the whole length of the table, and then basically the entire like circumference around the table is basically lined like 3 layers deep of people standing around watching the whole meeting. You see that the archzealot does not arrive from a slate from beneath the stone like the rest of you. Instead, it is directly above. You see a slate drop down onto the center slowly in the table, and you see there the figure of the archzealot, singular, only him on the slate. The slate is about, triangular still again, and about 15 feet in diameter. And you see that he wears this great cloak of the archzealot, this brilliant blue, which drapes over his battle leathers. It seems his wardrobe is only military apparel that's not faded out of his wardrobe. And as he kind of starts to come down and land from a muddy brown shawl, you see sandy olive skin, a halfling figure. He stares intently around the room as he almost like turns and looks as he's descending, and you can see that he's got watery eyes, the only part of his body that seems even resembling a welcome nature. His ears are thick and plumped up with blows from ages past. He wears 2 small bronze earrings in each lobe of his ear, and the only jewelry that you can see on him. His mouth hangs open constantly, always ready to take a deep breath for an adrenaline-surging situation. He has high cheekbones that stand out even more so because of this. He has dark, curly hair that is sheathed at the sides with a hairband made out of snake leather, holding the loose strands past his undercut. It is a lithe and thin halfling figure, and he wears close-fitting battle leathers. Each limb is covered in backup weapons, serums, and other aids for a long travel campaign. He has the shoulder pads that are like kind of free from the cloak overhanging them. And you can see that they are blue chitinous reptilian plate of a long dead blue color, adding a bit of flair to his set. And as the dais comes and stops, and he looks around, he doesn't have a smile. He just has a kind of wanting glance. He looks around the room. He clears his throat, and he begins to speak. I welcome all of you here on the day of my acceptance to the holy position of archzealot. The Golden Council has given me a great opportunity to serve my country, even more so of that of my position of Grand Master of one of the 6 orders. Looks around the room, kind of looks towards one section of the table. For you that do not know me, I'm a direct general and administrator. The pomp of this event is respected by me, but not needed. We are all gathered here to rebuild the breakwater. Again, looks at another section of the table. A city that has fallen on hard times since the loss of the previous archzealot, who I worked with closely and deeply miss. He kind of frees his hands out from the cloak. Without delay and interruption, I will make clear what needs done. Each of you gathered here today will get the chance to speak to me privately. My office will be open over the weekend if you have urgent problems needing my attention. He clasps his hand together and looks towards another section of the table that he hasn't looked at yet. Now, Breakwater, with the assistance of the Church of Nedlin and Odrin, will conscript a further 10,000 levies towards the following orders. 6,000 to the Order of the Sacred Bastion, 2,000 to the Order of the Righteous Wave, and finally 2,000 to the Order of the Raising Flame. Permissions of mass consecration I leave to each respective order. The total sum of these levies will be completed by the end of the first week of Zaylan. Lets that hang in the air. There's a few kind of glances and looks, and a few people looking a bit shocked by that bomb drop. Looks towards another section of the table, looking poignantly at the Mina section. The Church of Mina will enact powers of coinage and collaboration with the Forges of Kinos to relax economic instability within the city. The League of the Golden Veil has granted attendance to meetings between both churches, but should any input or advice be given by the League, it comes directly through my office and not of the previously mentioned churches. He turns and looks directly at the survivor of the Church of Talos. The Church of Talos is to disavow the disciples of the Destroyer fringe faith with immediate effect, publicly and without delay. This command comes directly from the perpetual Marine, blessed her name and purpose be. Guy just looks annoyed and perturbed by that, but just gives a slow nod to the new art zealot and gestures and raises his hands up kind of to his shoulders. For those curious, I will still keep the rank of Grand Master, but duties of order will fall on my chosen few and who will keep the order's goals on track. Looks directly towards the tier congregation. Finally, I send a great thanks to the Marshal of Jurisprudence with Brass Shield collaboration for restoring order on Liberty Corner. I will be reviewing what the best course of action is for the free trade section of the city and come to a meaningful decision in a short time. Thank you all for attending. 12 blessings on the faithful. And he looks upwards at the hole where the slate came down, and the slate starts to rise up, and he is risen up and is lifted off of the table and goes back to his high art zealot quarters. And immediately people start to be like, what does he mean by disavow? This is an outrage. Coinage in this economy. And like you just hear like a bunch of the people and like people even in the background, like in the lines around you, are like, well, that was the shortest art zealot meeting I've ever been part of. And there's kind of just this raucous like talk of like what everything he's just said.
Sorry. How many people did he say are going to the different Templar orders?
He said 10,000 total, 6,000 to the Order of the Bastion, 2,000 to the Order of the Righteous Wave, and 2,000 to the Raising Flame.
That is kind of huge.
Yeah, it is.
That's a lot.
And on top of that, he's now granted less powers to go through certain churches. Did I hear that right?
There's all this talk. There's like half a dozen conversations in immediate earshot of you being like you wish you could hear it, and another conversation supersedes that, another conversation supersedes that, as you see Osmundo like talking frantically with the art zealot, like not in a panic way, but just talking like fast and quickly about the meeting. So Osmundo's indisposed talking to the High Lord Juratus. So you guys have a second to talk before he comes back.
I didn't hear anything about Bahamut.
He's living 10,000 men. And the Battle of Agincourt had 8,000 men versus 15,000 men.
Yeah.
So it's essentially an army.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Well, he's sending 6,000 to the Sacred Bastion.
Yeah. Then two and two.
To put that into perspective, they currently have about 1,500. Right. That's my understanding, because that's consecrated and non-consecrated added together, or does that only include the soldiers and this levy includes everyone?
Mika, levies is like drafted men.
Yeah, so effectively fighters and soldiers. Or...
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it's not like that includes chefs or smiths. It's straight up, these are the people who are going to be fighting.
Yeah.
Not necessarily. Including chefs and pack animals.
It
Like
depends on
levies,
the army.
levies is the catch-all for like any support troops for an entire, order.
Okay, so on Legend Keeper, when you've
Mhm.
got here the numbers of this is the consecrated, this is the non-consecrated.
Yeah.
Does that number for non-consecrated include the support aspect, or is that soldiers only?
That is soldiers only, so that would be men at arms, basic line troops
Okay.
and stuff like that. So when he
Maybe
says
not-
levies,
Yeah,
it
could
might not be specific troops. It might be maybe 2,000 or 6,000 or troops or whatever. The rest.
Okay,
of them,
yeah.
support.
okay, but not as bad as I was expecting there.
Yeah, but
I was
also,
literally going, holy Christ, that is like quintupling their number.
but also, in times of war, any chef, anyone's expected to pick up a weapon.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you're still a Templar, even if you're a chef.
Yeah, even if you're a consecrated or a non-consecrated man.
I have a question, and it's just that I can't place the title or the name.
Yeah.
He name dropped the woman, not the Eternal, but the
Perpetual Marine.
Perpetual.
Yeah, that's the Hierophant of Talos. That's the woman who destroyed the the Sunless Citadel.
Right. Is she alive?
Mhm.
Okay. She's the only saint who's currently alive.
No, she's not a saint. She's a Hierophant.
The current living
Oh, I thought she was a
saint.
saint.
The current living saint is not Bob, as Audrun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Osmundo shakes hands of the High Juritus and like gives a kind of a rolled eyes and walks over to you guys. Well, that was a very short meeting to what I expected. And strokes the back of his head.
Took longer to get up here than it did to have the meeting. This could have been an email.
What's an email?
An Ethereal-Mail.
I mean, this could have been a carrier pigeon.
Fuck, alright, fair play, that was good.
All right. Well, there'll be a bit of a queue, I'm sure, on the slates. We'll have to wait our turn. There'll be a lot of people trying to scramble back and report back to the churches, and all the high clergy will get first dibs on the slate's dissension. I'm sure we can find a small little alcove to talk and eat something while we wait for a spot to leave. And he gestures to the table.
I imagine it might be quite some time before you get an opportunity. With announcements such as that, there will be a great many concerns to be raised by those in power.
Yes, well, we got a public thank you from the Outzealot, and you're walking towards his table. Well, Jerome did, and by extension, I was here to receive it. We were at least warned of that. I should be in attendance for it. It would have been highly embarrassing if anyone close to Jerome was not here to fulfill that function. Walks over, picks up a goblet, pours some wine, and then passes the bottle to whoever wants to pour a pitcher for himself.
Thork will pour glasses for everyone.
So what does this mean then? What does this mean for
That no
us?
matter what regards to what else was announced, for them to levy so many into those 3 Templar orders, that is a significant increase, or a significant preparation of military. That is not something that can be easily ignored.
No, but it is going without saying that this is probably not the ambition of Raquel himself. This will be coming directly from the Golden Council, for especially a Grand Master to come straight undeposed and announce levying recruiting in such numbers. Well, either he wants to make a statement or he's being told follow through. I'm sure it's actually not news he wanted to deliver, but he had to.
Sounds
For,
reasonable.
not, for a Grand Master to take the position of Archzealot, immediately followed by an announcement for effectively military readiness almost. That is most concerning when, I suppose it could be in response to the raids from the east, but that is still a lot.
There were rumors floating around, though, substantiated that the Secret Bastion has suffered a lot in the past 2 years, and even further on, slowly dwindled. But the last few weeks have been particularly hard on it. So I imagine that many of the men drafted will be going up to past Rakmir, Road of Reavers, and directly deposited into a training circle and figuring out how to provide arms support to their knights.
I had not heard that this bastion was under such pressure.
Yes, it's not known very well, but I have a feeling that this announcement does kind of confirm whatever rumors are going. If they need 6,000 additional persons to fill gaps in the walls, as it were. But it looks
We
towards...
do know the barbarians have been getting through. So
Well, they've been getting over. They've been getting over the. Perhaps they have been getting over the mountains. I don't think they've necessarily been getting through the bastion itself.
Well, I mean, that I agree, but the bastion may be responsible for the lands around the bastion as well as the actual stonework.
As far as I'm aware, the bastion's sacred duty is to patrol and do the mountains, so Slumbering Bluff up into Eliza's Gap and further on to the mountains north of there, whereas in the lowlands, the arid expanse is all the Raising Flames territory, which I'm sure of. Well, you told as much to Droom during that dinner that they've been taking scalps of these barbarians in the arid expanse. You guys passed through Heat Haze.
But does he mean Heat Shade?
That's the one. Sorry, my southern common.
Okay, so I just wanted to double check because I'm saying, wait, where was Heat Haze? Yes. Still, it is certainly a concern. I mean, it is basically everything but a tacit admission of either very significant losses, which has not been common knowledge, or it is preparation for something else that is potentially coming.
Perhaps. Probably it's actually best if we find a chamber to catch up in. Gesture towards the hallway. I have a feeling that we're going to be waiting a while for those elevators. I want to find out what you've been up to the past couple of days and report it back to Jerome. He was curious about your intentions when you went back to investigate the subterrane.
It has been an eventful time.
I have spent most of last night writing it down.
Good. It's always helpful having a ardent of Bahamut for record collection.
And, yeah, maybe. We'll see. You'll see. You can make up your mind after you're made aware of what happened.
You walk in. He asks a servant, "Is this room free?" They say yes. You deposit yourself into a small sitting room with about half dozen chairs, 2 chaise longues, and a small fireplace. And the servant brings in some water, and they ask if they need anything else. Osmundo says no, and the door is closed. And he walks towards one of the chaise longues, sits down at it, and gestures towards you, Thoric. You got the papers there?
Sorry, what is he asking for?
For the papers, for the written records.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Thoric takes out his diary and hands it over.
He starts to glance at it for a few moments, reading for a handful of seconds before... You were transported where?
Yeah. Yeah.
A horrible city.
Our best guess The person we fought seemed to have some kind of escape method that would take them far away from us, out of our clutches, but he was able to be stopped before he got to it. Unfortunately, we just happened to stumble into it.
He nods. All right, well, I'm going to study this. I'm going to read it in its earnest, and then I'll ask questions after. I feel like if I don't, I'll be pausing and stopping and starting. So if I look worried or concerned, just let me carry on.
Yeah, don't worry, you will.
It would be quite understandable.
Cypher, quick question.
Yeah.
The Sacred Bastion, they're the guys who got the new 6,000 levies, right? Or was that 2,000 for them?
Yeah, it was 6,000 for Sacred Bastion. I can't remember the exact numbers, but it was
2,000 for the Righteous Wave and 2,000 for the Raising Flame.
Righteous and Raising Flame. And the Sacred Bastion are set up on the East Cairn fort. And they pretty much kind of like, I assume they're
They're
major operation. Oh, okay. But they also
specialists.
They also
And
defend
mountain
Eliza's Gap, though, right?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, okay. And they've been taking heavy hits then, I assume.
Yeah, for the past couple of years. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You watch with your passive insights of shock and horror, amusement, deranged sadness, and just general shock as he starts to read and read. This process takes about 30 minutes. So if you guys want to discuss, he just reads and he rereads some sections. And he looks up at you like wanting to speak, and he thinks better of it and just keeps reading.
I like the way that because Thark is a member of the Church of Bahamut, we have an inbuilt exposition mechanic.
Yeah, it's so handy. Thank you so much, Alice, for making your character this way. It expedites this process so much quicker.
He sets the parchment down.
I like the implication. I like the implication that it's not just like he's taking record. He's actually writing like compelling stories.
Yeah.
He's got a fantastic career as a fiction artist after this.
Yeah, it's all from his
Exactly.
POV as well.
He throws the parchment down on the table in front of him and leans back on the chaise longue. And wide-eyed, I don't even know to believe it or not. If who you're saying you met is true, you shouldn't be alive, which in and of itself is a problem, because if you're alive, it means he wants you to be alive. Oh, and he stands up and walks and paces around the room.
He's sat there going, I am too sober for this.
I collect my diary and tuck it away before he has a chance to get mad at it and destroy it or something.
Yeah. He looks at pleading. You can't trust anything he said. His location hasn't been verified in 70 years. This public appearance, no offense, to low-level members of our order, is a planned move. Do you understand what I'm saying? Whatever he explained to you in detail in this paper, whatever you experienced, you can't trust it.
You do believe he is who he said he was, do you?
From the descriptions of my great-great-grandfather and the legends, it does sound that you have authenticatedly met the first of their order of the Taken.
Well, to put it simply, we could have snapped a finger and we would have been just like that. So if you find it hard to believe from your grandfather's stories, well, believe that, I guess.
If he is who he claims to be, then yes, they must only have the power, and we cannot necessarily take them at their word by any means. But if the Dominator took control of people who not necessarily wish or desire to serve, it could potentially make sense that a potential route out, regardless of if it means working with people they do not wish to work with, is possible. But
He was the first. He had the claws dug the deepest into him. I'm not even sure that rat is capable of rebellion of his lord's commands. Anyway, he was clearly digging and mining you for information about the lady and the reincarnation. This is a problem. Not least because of you yourselves were incapable of knowing such information, but they are so bold and to try and dig it out of you, which I guess means that the reformation taken on by our predecessors in divulging information at least protected you from such risks. I think if he felt that you had the information, he'd have plucked it out of your souls right there and then.
Well, they did seem quite surprised about the Reformation, about the changes. Like they said, they seem to believe that you were either a member and trusted with everything, or you were not.
Safety mechanism work, then.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is deeply troubling, but it at least confirms that, unfortunately, another taken we were unsure of was out of the Barrowland. So,
Not only that, it seemed he mentioned that there are new taken. I do not know if that is news or not, but we at least know for if you have to take them at their word, then they are replenishing their numbers. But there does seem to be some schism, at least between the old and the new in this case. He did not seem to hold much respect for the new ones.
I suppose in his eyes, in its eyes, I should more aptly say, they're untested. The original 10 conquered a span of territory that would rival even the Concord in its greatest days. So, whatever they're playing at now, they have a lot to live up to if they have to impress, well, the old guard. This doesn't change much for yourselves. I do have an assignment based on this now. I've had a thought. It is important that we actually get this and your troop, accountable within the ledger.
Oh boy.
You do not know much of the parts of the order. This shouldn't be done usually at your level, but I see little other options that I have. I'll have to declare you as a strike team.
Are you sure you want to do this?
Yeah, considering we're
You
alive
are
now
ignorant.
because we didn't know anything, most likely.
Yeah, obviously your compartmentalizing is working. If you're going to give us
I'm
information,
giving you a task, not
I would be as
information.
fair as possible. Okay.
So,
Okay.
I declare you as a strike team of the White Rose. Usually, this is an arrangement, a rank of the second petal, but I see little other choice given things have, for you personally, have amplified so much so. I shall name you Strike Team Salvation. Does that suit?
Yeah, I'm okay. I mean, yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Name of quite some weight to it. But we hope to live up to it.
So, these are the options I see before me. This six-fingered man you've been investigating, where you transported from his lieutenant's magical items, is still a problem. I don't know the intrinsic properties of what they're planning, but these abyssal rods, the transport into the Kalmarsha, the fact that these barbarian tribes that you theorize here in your ledger, in your diary here, Thoric, they seem somewhat connected to this man. You have a choice to pursue this, keep on hunting away at this, but there is part of me, as conflicted as I am, is drawn to this curious nature of Vard and Eland.
Mm-hmm. It's on my mind also.
You may not have to decide now, immediately, but in the next couple of days, I want you to make a decision whether or not you are going to try and pursue the six-fingered man or investigate Vard and Eland as a strike team.
Out of character. Oh, sorry. Where was it that we need to go for?
Bard.
Well, it was Vard.
Justea is going from Vard to another town.
Was it Oakard?
Oakard,
Yeah.
yes. Sorry, I just don't have that in keeper up on this. Oakard. So going there, which isn't too far away from Vard, but it's also not too far away from the Eland Quarry, where Torkel's father is.
I might be able to persuade the High Juratus to delay the transport to make it easier. It will be, well, it would be fairer and easier to smuggle you into Eland, disguising you as prisoners to unarouse suspicion. I think booking a ship and directing you all the way to either Oakart or overland travel to Vard would take too much time.
That would definitely help. That would expedite us.
I'll have to use a lot of favors to postpone it. The yard is pretty full after the raid on Liberty Corner.
So what would happen to our equipment?
It will be stored in locked away carriages, and you can reclaim it once we get you to a secluded spot. But on appearance, you'll be shackled and enter in on the peripheral gate at the edge of Vard's territory, out of the interference of the Vainstone, and then marched there. But I'm sure we'll find a moment to covertly reclaim your belongings and send you on your mission.
Yeah, I don't think we're too worried, Osmundo. We've just spent at least 1 or 2 days in the city of Spines that you've just read, and it couldn't be worse than that. So,
I mean, I do feel that from what I've heard, the conditions in Eland mines are not to be.
Oh, they're horrible.
underestimated.
They are horrible. However,
We
Still
also
think
do
this
run
is
to the slight. So, 2 of our number are likely to attract attention, especially if we were like myself and Thoric.
Especially since I have family connections in Vard.
To be marched as prisoners, even no matter what, we will draw some attention, some notice, as we are. Me by my nature, and Thoric by his size and connections. If he is to be recognized, then it may make covertly leaving more difficult.
You might be able to cast a lie. I mean, you were involved in Liberty Corner, that you yourselves were set up to fail. It could help you infiltrate some prisoner cabals. There's gangs existing within Eland Quarry, something that Brass Shields and the Priest of Tyr will never be able to smash out completely. So it could set up a good lie, or you could arrive and quickly be marshalled off and reunited with your belongings, or go all the way, marched all the way to Eland Quarry in disguise, as it were.
Cypher.
Yeah.
In my past, now I know it's a few years ago, but I would have had a lot of dealings of the certain charges in which brought along punishment in those mines.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be able to think back and think of viable and trustworthy situations or charges that would get us through without much question?
I'm sure that probably whatever I was thinking, you just conjure the charges. If this is White Rose business, they could conjure whatever they need to.
That's fair.
Or they could go double deep and be like, actually, get some brass shields to arrest you for defacing public property and go another deeper level without even involving the brass shields, which could be smart.
We do have the issue that there are probably people at that mine who will recognize me.
Most likely. But we'll
Seems
be
like a bad idea.
Once we get in there, we might be out of reach of the vein zone. Is that right? And you might be able to.
I thought an option was that we could be transported and then sort of shuffled away to the side as basically as soon as we arrive, so we don't actually have to really mingle with the population of the mine.
Yeah.
Well, one of That was one option. The other option was that we do mingle.
Hey guys, how about we split the party?
Asmundo says,
I mean,
whatever you choose, Strike Team Reclamation will handle the other task. So, if you want to go after the 6-fingered man, Reclamation will tackle the investigation in Vard.
We actually need to go to Vard.
Yeah, that whole territory has things for a number of us.
Asmundo, we do need to actually interact and meet people in Vard. It's the reason why we made such efforts to get back here so early.
As you probably read in my diaries, there's some personal stakes.
Yes, your love interest.
As well as our friend's son and Torkel's father.
We have several personal connections that
The only thing I'd warn you of is this is of grave import to the White Rose. Do not let, as challenging that might be, personal vendettas and quests. This is important. This is a metal testing exercise. Should you complete either one of these things, I'll see fit that you are granted your second petal, and then you will learn a great deal more of the value of this order's importance.
Absolutely, Osmundo, and please don't take offense. I completely appreciate what you're doing, what you've done for us in the past, but we like other than Hendrik, we've been dragged into this whole situation, and the whole reason why I left my home was to find my son. So if there's anything that's more important to me, it's going to be finding my son. I hope you can understand that, at least.
I understand it. I do. I mean, I didn't even want to be part of the White Rose. It was forced upon me, so I sympathize. Oh, well.
This is why I don't date or have offspring.
Or have family.
Or have friends or family. Gets in the way of the mission, but I understand. I mean, yeah, the entire group here has been more than accommodating to the White Rose and national security, and I'd like to fulfill promises.
We still want to help. It's just
I don't doubt that.
Yeah.
Vard is of utmost importance to more than one of us now.
Specifically, what's the Vard mission?
It's 3. It's Thork's Bonnie Lass,
What's
my Bonnie Son.
No, I mean like the White Rose. You guys have stuff, but the White Rose.
So, Hendrik, there's something that doesn't sit right with me. Clearly, Shifter wants some effort on our part to pay attention to Vard and Eland. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned it. And if it was that important to them, he wouldn't have mentioned it at all. There's something in the air for his forces that worries the Taken, that worries him. There seems to be some type of objective for them. And as far as I'm aware, well, an army of mages walking into a blank magic zone doesn't really sound very appetizing for them. So there must be something that's worth bridging that gap.
Oh my god, I completely forgot. Apologies, Osmundo. And I'll take out the map cipher.
Map of what?
The map that has a direct line through Eliza's Gap to the mines, and I'll show that to him.
Yeah, he looks at it, studies it. Seems Shifter is in the know of these things. But he did say, this is what worries me. He offered you transportation directly to try and decapitate this 6-fingered man, who he took as an aspirant.
That was also our second invitation to the 6-fingered man. Just to say that out loud. Like, he himself offered to meet us.
This is how they work. They're deceptive, tricky. You must have loyalty in the face of such things. Do not compromise. Do not meet them in the middle. Never forgo your oaths of loyalty to the godhood within these lands.
God, can I insight that? Cypher?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Thank
Despite being a foreigner, I can't help but deny that your gods have made
Fuck.
this place, this city, this culture, the bastion of civilization that everyone looks up to on this continent.
Can I insight Orly?
Yeah,
Sure,
Or-
yeah.
already finds out that
Hey, what are you looking for?
this isn't actually him at all.
What's going
This is
on
a
with Orly?
shapeshifter.
Like,
Oh,
what-
good.
Yeah,
Oh, good. We haven't dealt with those.
Orly's,
I suppose
Orly
I would
just
be
sent
trying
a
to.
strange look at the spell.
What the fuck am I rolling?
Natural 20.
Yeah, I mean, what Orly? What were
26.
you? Oh, 20. Yeah, yeah. It's 2 natural 20s.
It's 2 natural 20, but
Oh,
that's crazy. That's actually
But-
crazy.
So does the higher natural
I
20
mean-
work then, or
Yeah,
It's
it'd be
right.
26. So I guess Orly,
How
despite
about
you
this,
being super,
Orly,
like, what?
I mean,
So you just
it
tell me
still
what
probably won't
you-
reveal
you
everything.
want
'cause-
to express.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically
I just saw this look.
if you consider the fact that the natural 20s almost cancel each other out, it's a difference of 3.
It's the win.
Yeah, I saw the look Orly gave. I want what's going on with Orly with that look?
So my views haven't changed on Osmondo or anything. Like I still consider him like I don't think anything bad of him. I'm just really ticked off by the fact that he's asking unwavering obedience, and he's read what our next intentions are, why we've come back, the hellhole that we've gone through, and he's still expecting us to go above and beyond. Do you know what I mean? So like Orly's fucking pissed right now, to be honest. So
is this
that's
the
why he's
manager
being-
that keeps telling you to do 110% even though you're the best employee there?
Yeah.
We're the White Rose is a family. You gotta work on
Don't you dare, Ron. Don't you stirring the fucking pot, are we?
Don't worry, they'll give you a bonus of a pizza party.
Oh,
Oh God.
Fucking those trigger everyone's PTSD from work.
100%.
All right. Well, sounds like there's certainly less of a crowd out there. We can use the slates, I'm sure now. I must be about. I need to constitute with Jerome and fill him in and all this. It'll be a lengthy process to transcribe it all. That diary of yours, next year available, see that we can get greater access to it. I have a good memory, so the brunt of the information I can pass on to Jerome. But I don't know how little or able he'll be able to help with his current campaign and mission at hand.
Hmm.
But I thank you very much. I'm glad that all of you survived the City of Spines. It sounded like a horrid place.
It's quite abysmal.
It was less than perfect.
At some
At
point,
least-
we're gonna go back, right?
You did
I'm
leave
starting
one of
to
your
plug in, I think,
company
yeah.
with you there, that Miss Neves.
Yeah.
Yeah, she didn't want to. She said it was a calling to stay.
God's work in mysterious ways. I think I've
still
heard
think
a
it's
few
bad
times
idea,
in my life.
but
Yeah.
I don't have. Yeah, but it's witch gods. That's the issue.
Hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if some
Anyways.
Bahamut devotees have wandered into Kalmarsha to record wherever they can. Similar things.
That is the fulcrum issue of your faith. You wander into places that you like to write about them, but unfortunately you can't really use a ink quill when you're missing your arm. That happens quite frequently to you, but you've got a big strong arm and a lot of armor, so maybe you'll do better than most.
Thumbs up.
He stands up. Yeah. And Osmundo looks like he's starting to get migraine. Like you can see some like he is taking a lot of information on. Final departing words. Either send a message or attend me. I'll be at the Tia's Justice Halls within Breakwater. I've got a small office there, should you need to come see me. Or send a spell to my mind, informing you of what you want to do. But I'll delay the transition, the arcane gate, the gate, for some time, regardless.
Okay.
All
out,
right.
of, out of character. I did. So I asked him, "What's the specific mission at Vard or Elend?"
Yeah.
And he got about 3 words into it before Stody said, "Oh, here's a
Oh,
map."
I'm
And then we
so
cut
sorry.
and derailed.
It's all right. Yeah. Okay. So the
What's-
mission is
What is the mission at Vard?
the mission is investigate anything suspicious or weird that's happening there that could be connected to the Dominator or the Taken, or anything to do with like anything that's out of place.
Oh,
Like,
it's a
why
fucking
are
snake
they-
out.
Why are they interested? Why do they want it? Like, why
It's
is
right
the
up
map
your
directly
alley.
going to there?
It's right up your alley, Hendrik.
Guys, we might split the party.
Why?
Because I don't think this is the thing that like Thorik's going to be good at. But then Thorik has his own thing going on, and then also Orly
we're-
has
we're
his
talking
thing
about
up
the
in
Vard
Oakhart with his son, and
Well, the Vard territories. You know, Orcart's
Also,
being there.
remember, yeah, I mean, and the actual mines themselves are in Eland, so they are separate locations.
They're a day apart.
oh, Eland is like a town.
Yeah.
Eland is
Eh.
the quarry where the Rainstone's
Yeah,
harvested.
that's what. Wait,
Yeah.
But he just said Eland and the mines are separate.
They are, yeah.
Well, no,
So Eland is the
Vard
name of the
and-
mines.
yeah, Vard and the mines are separate.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. Varden and the mines are separate. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So all of the other side missions that are going on mostly in Vard.
Yeah, Vard and Orcart are
Oh,
very close
fuck.
together.
Okay.
And then south of those is the Eland
Okay,
Quarry.
guys. Orly, you're gonna go to Oakhart by yourself.
No,
Torquil,
I'm not
you're
going
gonna
to
go
Oakhart.
to Ellen by yourself. I'm gonna go to Vard by myself. Thorik, you're gonna go to your whatever by yourself.
Orcart.
Oh,
And
fuck,
then
I completely
Lyrnock,
forgot.
whatever you want to do.
I don't need to go to Vard. I'm Oakhart, right?
Yeah, you and I are Orcart.
Yeah, your son's in Oakhart.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, so
I
two
was
of us
thinking-
are in
I
Orcart.
was- Okay. We could go to Oakhart if you
Split
want.
the party.
Hmm.
So, Cypher, how do you feel
I
about
mean,
doing
like,
like
how
4
about-
different
how
sessions
about-
a week?
Yeah, how about two of you go to Oakhart, 2 people go to Eland,
No,
to
no,
go
no,
to
no.
Vard and Eland, and then one person can stay
We
here, and then just for the context,
We
yes,
we
I'm joking.
could we could do one Sunday it's 2 people, and the next Sunday you know 3 people
Yeah.
or whatever.
Oh,
I mean, it's not a bad idea. It's not automatically. I wouldn't dismiss
No,
it automatically.
No,
Little
no.
buddy,
We could
hop
half and half
episode.
session. Anyway, do you know what I mean? First
We could
half.
half
but-
half.
But also, I mean,
If Solus is
the route for us getting up there anyway. What was that route again?
Yeah.
It was pretending to be prisoners and arrive.
teleported
Or-
into Vard, I think.
That's just a suggestion from Osmundo. Like, you guys could go in regular armies, walk through the gate, but everyone, those 1,000-odd prisoners, will see that you guys are walking through the gate with them armed and as a party.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like our other ways of getting to there are we can take the boat over up to
There's a boat.
Oakhart,
Yeah.
and then if we do everything there, and then we just continue on to Eland. Between there and Eland, we could then sort of try and find a plan or work with Osmundo or something to get ourselves in the mine.
But we don't have to take the ship. That we don't need to do that anyways. Unless you wanted to go on a cruise. Me and you could go on a cruise. I don't mind. But we can all teleport to Vard, and then if us two want to go to Oakhart, we can just get horses.
Well, we have our Heidels.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think will we be able to get Yeah, well, I mean, if we can bring them, we can bring them, I guess. But
Well, really, I don't want to split the party.
Osmundo's left by this point.
Yeah.
To jail for a while.
I don't know. It'd be better if everyone was involved in everyone's thing. I'm just trying to figure out how to do that.
well, our biggest strength is that we, as when we're all together, there's lots of different things that we can sort out because we all have our own individual strengths. So yeah, if we split up, we'll definitely have some weaknesses.
And the fact that I think Cypher might actually murder us.
hold up.
I mean,
let's
what's
just
another
talk.
campaign?
Let's just talk logistics. It'd be one session next.
I'm taking it. I'm
Quick,
taking
in and
a
out.
Break.
Quick.
Yeah, okay. I don't blame you.
Yeah.
All right. So for context, we are not splitting the party. Like that is not an
Okay.
option. We're not going to do that.
Unless
Let's not go into this with assumptions. You can't have an open mind if you say things are off the table.
But
So,
restrictions
wait a couple
create the
days
best.
for the-
Restrictions create the best creativity.
true. Okay, right.
Okay, anyways.
Yeah, logistics.
Fucking-
Go on.
We have to wait a couple days for the teleportation thing to go to Vard, anyways. And then,
Yes. We also have business
and
tonight.
the boat ride. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we do. I remember Cypher talked about the ship from Breakwater to Oakhart, and it was surprisingly fast. It was like
Yeah,
a day
3
and a half
days,
or
I think it
something
was.
like that.
Or was it a day and a half? Wow.
So,
Was it not
like,
3 days?
No, maybe it was 2 days, but it was not 3 days. It was it was shorter than the teleportation wait time for Vard. It was like 2-3 days, whatever. If we teleport to Vard, that's going to include us going up to Oakhart anyways, because we have to do that shit, because a lot of that's on a timer. Plus,
Yeah.
we kind of owe Orly. So we
me.
teleport. We wait a couple of days, teleport to Vard, go to Oakhart, go back to Vard, and then sort of shit out. Alternatively, we take a boat up to Oakhart, get our shit done, head to Vard.
And where does the
I
Elam
think
Quarry
taking
come
the
into any
boat
of
is
this?
going to be faster.
Well, Elan could be done on the way to Vard or after Vard.
Isn't it? Isn't the placement though is if you think of a triangle with the point on the left is Oakhart and the top right is Vard and the bottom right is Elan Quarry.
Oakhart is significantly above Eland and Vard.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Oakhart's like, I'm going to say 3-4 days probably.
I'm gonna
So if
post
we do
in
Oakhart, Vard, Elan,
I'd
Vard.
say 3 days.
That's how
Oh,
we're
yeah, you
looking.
don't have the here. If I put it in Discord, would that help you out?
I think he just got put in Discord.
Let me just see if I can open up the chat here.
So the thing is,
Oh, yeah, there it is.
I genuinely think that the investigation into Var is going to involve Eland significantly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
It may also be me, but so we've been specifically told that if I remember, the giant talking head, the Wizard of Oz, specifically says, "I'm in hell."
Yeah. Well,
I'm just thinking.
I don't know if he actually said that specifically.
No, he specifically said hell. He was
Was
quite
he not
emphatic.
comparing to hell? Like it's almost as if I'm in hell kind of thing.
Well, if I recall, the exact quote was, "I'd say I'm aware I'm going to hell, but I'm already there."
Oh, okay.
And there was this whole discussion on. In fact, there's a specific difference on hell and the inferno.
Yeah.
Let's skip over this. Let's assume whatever. What's Toxie's point? I want to hear this.
My point was, we have a mine with absolutely abysmal conditions that goes deep under the ground, and people die there a lot.
So what you're saying is
If there's a hell on Earth, that does not sound too dissimilar.
Yeah.
Toxie, just because it's a mine doesn't mean it leads to hell.
I'm not saying it leads to hell, like,
Plus
that's a fucking now. But if speaking metaphorically for hell, and we now know that Veinstone is incredibly important,
And it goes
is what
deep.
like
It could also be speaking like literally of hell, right? Because hells exist.
I have a critical flaw in that argument.
Go ahead.
Eland Mine is a mine of anti-magical stone. How could he be projecting himself magically if he was in Eland Mine?
Depends if
That's a very
he's got,
good point.
depends if there's an area he can get to without it. Like,
I think even makes
I mean, it sounds like the whole damn thing is they have to have the teleport gate like a couple miles out of the mine.
Who knows?
Yeah, because especially in Erith
Well,
itself.
what I mean is, it could be very important to like as a location for them. Like, if there's something
As
secret going on
creepy
in
as
the
it is.
mines.
Sorry.
Do we think? Hang on.
Do we think? No, we don't.
Charlie moment. Do we think these abyssal rods could bypass the power of the vein stone for some purpose?
A divine magic gets disrupted by it, and it's in the same like class as regular magic. It's not arcane. It's what's the technical term for it? Is it divine?
Yeah, divine.
Divine and arcane.
It's divine. So yeah, or divine arcane. So if the stone disrupts divine, which we know it does, it probably disrupts the
Abyssal
rods as well. As stupid as it sounds, I think it's more likely he's literally in hell than him being metaphorical.
So hang on. No, because that teleportation wasn't actually his. It was what's his face's.
The book. It's the book.
Fuck. I don't know.
I think we know nothing about Vard essentially, or Eland. We barely have a couple strings. We can't put it together. Let's get there at some point, and then we'll start.
Some of the characters are from Vard. You know that, right?
I know. We know about the city itself, but we don't know what's going on in the city specifically in regard to the plans of the bad guys.
I'll have her down here.
No. Okay. Yeah.
Does Torkel need to go to the mine itself, Sean?
I think his dad got arrested, but I'm not sure if he's in the mines or if he's like arrested.
Okay, that's perfect. Let's just go to Vard. We go to Vard and then see what's happening there straight away.
Well, you so like, should we not look at it as in what is most time critical, right? Like, is there, if we don't go to Oakhart within the next 4 weeks or whatever it is, 3 weeks, 3 days, sorry, or 4 days, right? If we don't go to Oakhart immediately, will you lose the opportunity to find the people that you need to find in Oakhart? Because if we don't go to Vard straight away, Torkel's dad's still going to be in prison. It's not like he's not going to be in prison. I suppose there's probably a small chance that he dies there, but like I don't know if that's,
I'm more worried about
magic can fix that.
Yeah, I'm more worried about Torkel's dad being shipped over to the mines.
Yeah, but like I don't know if he's
Torkel's
there or
dad's
not. So, and I don't think that there's anything that will stop him from being put to the mines, even if we go up there.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
Okay. What was it that he was actually arrested for again?
Some kind of disinformation.
Yeah.
Being in the paper.
Or like espionage or something.
So if we go for the ship, then if we go on the cruise, we get the Oakhart. We do Oakhart first, and then to be honest, if we go to Oakhart, we're probably going to be there for a few days.
Yeah, a few days.
How long does the ship take to get there?
Like 3 days or something.
Roughly 2 days.
2 to 3 days. 2 to 3 days.
And how long does it take to get from Vard to Oakhart?
I think it's quicker if we were to take the ship than
we have to wait
with the time that we could get there with the teleport.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
The teleport starts in like 4 days or so.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
Let's go to Oakhart. Let's get shit sorted there as fast as we can. I think we owe it to Orly, and Thoric has his shit going on. Let's get that squared away so their head can be clear, and we can get into Vard, and then we can get to work proper.
And then we can bring our Heidels on the ship, and then use our Heidels to bomb it down from Oakhart to Vard. And I think that also, with the Heidels, that takes maybe 2 days as well. I remember it being similar.
With the way the campaign has been going, we should give ourselves about, if it takes 3 days to get there, we should give ourselves 5 days in Oakhart to deal with what we've got to deal with, because we could end up teleported to the middle of the ocean. We should make sure we've got enough. Make sure we've got enough time.
God damn it! I was here sitting listening seriously, and everything I was.
You're never going to live that down.
It
is what it is.
I'm sorry.
Cheeky bastard.
Well, so one thing we'll have to do is if Thor can contact Justea's father again to say, hey, we're getting the boat, that should give us a timeline of when she'll be arriving there.
Torko's happy to assist by sending.
Yeah.
So, Thork, is this like a arranged marriage, or is there like what's the deal with this?
It's, if I remember right, it's courting.
Yeah, what's happening is that Justea is being sent off to do the traditional courting with other families. Meanwhile, well, my family doesn't really know. Me and her have wanted to be together, but you know, this job became a bigger. This job became a bigger job than I thought it would be.
If this goes on too long, we just kill the other quarters. We just kill the other quarters, get it done, get on out of there.
I think Lyranok will definitely agree with that. Yeah.
Oh shit! I forgot Lyranok's morality. Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
Yeah. For love.
You're the fucking. You're the fucking policeman here.
Yeah, he's also got a gun now as well. So.
Oh Christ! Yeah, innocence beware.
What does that have to do with morality?
As a police officer,
it has everything got to do with a cop's morality.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Listen, duels, the death over love happen. They're a part of society, you know.
Yeah, I will happily.
Adults want to murder each other over a woman.
I will happily fight whatever.
I think the law disagrees on that, though.
Well, it depends on this law. We don't know what Vard laws is on this, or Orchar's law.
Yeah, we don't know.
You can look up the laws of land on the wiki.
I'm too confused by Hendrik's character at this moment.
I know, right? I'm here to uphold the law. Just kill the other court.
Until the law becomes inconvenient to me.
Right, okay.
It is Thork's thing is getting in the way of fulfilling law. Let's get that shit sorted, and then we can go to Vard and actually do the law.
Okay, we're going on a cruise. Yay?
Yeah.
Yay!
Cool. We're taking the Hydals. We're going on a cruise. So we don't need to teleport. We tell Osmundo we don't need to teleport. We tell Osmundo we can probably take the job of investigating Vard after Oakheart if the timeline suits him. I know it's important and urgent, but we'll probably get there a week after Strike Team Reclamation would start, and we can just take on from there. Or we can continue on afterwards. Sorry?
No, that's assuming Oakheart takes a week. I don't think it will, but you know, I mean, you're right.
Who knows? Honestly. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's up to you guys. We need to tell them that we're not going to be using teleportation.
I think because we can even as we're passing through Oakheart, Hendrik can see if anything is spread up Oakheart direction in terms of rumors or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah. Everything's an opportunity.
And I'm not sure if you heard
whole
it,
different
Cypher, but
I've heard Orly's planning to get a boat. I started from that point on.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to think about tomorrow morning then. But I believe we already had this conversation a few weeks ago before Orly picked up something. And I think we could attempt to get a cruise in the morning with our Hydals, depending on how tonight goes, I guess. And sorry, I'll be right back.
And also asking Torkel to contact his name is written down here, Hater Keitao Larot, to say that we're taking the boat up to Oakheart. Sort of, what's the time frame, where do I need to be, etc.
Torkel's happy to relay that.
There's still Torkel's meeting tonight as well.
Yeah.
Actually, what time of day is it right now?
Right now it's like just coming into midday, like 11:30.
Okay. Well, then after this meeting and such here, I will DM you something, Cypher, if that's okay for Thoric to do.
Absolutely. Yeah.
He's keeping secrets. He's betraying the party.
Oh yeah, 100%. The -2 intelligence fighter can hatch a conspiracy.
Are we not?
I mean, we only know he's -2 intelligence on your word. Maybe he's lying. Maybe he's actually intelligence 18.
Orly,
So true.
Orly 2 hours ago was asking if the bad guy is actually the good guy. If anyone's the traitor, it's Orly.
Stand back. What are you saying about me?
Oh yeah, the
All
traitor.
right.
It's fine.
Shall we buzz ahead? Where you guys want to do more shopping, or do you kind of just want to crossfade to getting ready for this meeting?
I will send you the thing, Cypher.
Yeah, I kind of do.
I mean, well, here's the thing. I assume. I'm assuming, are we talking the meeting with
Eric.
Eric? Yes. The problem here is this is obviously your meeting. That's probably not necessarily goes well. All of us are crowded with people he does not know. Might be better if we'll be close by, but if you wish to take the meeting.
Well, wasn't this a meeting that he'd arranged with someone else that we were then going to go to?
Yeah, effectively, because this was the meeting with your mentor.
Crash.
This is a meeting arranged with Eric when Nate was still alive.
Yeah.
So whoever this person is, if Eric's there, he might be expecting Nate.
Yeah.
Or probably expecting
Okay,
Nate.
that's fine.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is it's if that is the case, it might be best coming from you.
Yeah, no, I think Torkel was going to lead, but I think that maybe
like it's like what I'm saying is it's up to you.
We did the recon on the building beforehand, right? So like, let's put people around to watch the entrances, and then maybe me and one other person go in. Probably Thoric.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. That's what I'm saying. I don't want the assumption to be that all of us are there all of a sudden. No, and because that would be a lot for high. You're expecting your you're separated, not husband. All of us here instead.
Also, did we check?
I agree.
Did we check? I remember I was up looking at from like high in the distance, checking out the street at the front door. But did we check if there was like a back entrance or anything when we done our recon?
Isn't it like onto the
as
wall?
Far as you're aware, it's like it's built. It's like a corner monolith at the corner of like a wall, and it's like an old storm tower used for air storms. And as far as you could see, there's one way in, one way out.
Oh, okay, that's good. So, okay, Sean, Torkel can take the one of the what the fuck are they called? The stones? Not sending stones, right? Is that what they're called?
Yeah, sending stone.
Yeah, and we hold on to the other. And I can stay up high, and Lernock could stay close by down low, and Hendrik could pick like another kind of like vantage point.
I think we put Lernock on a corner. On the street, and then put you and Hendrik up high to get surveillance. And then we take Thoric and Torkel, and they actually go into the meet. Because, I mean, there still could be a separate entrance or exit into that place just internally rather than,
We did see the level of nonsense that your teacher put involved in his house. Who bloody well knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, that was fucking horrible.
Could be wild. Just have to roll with the punches.
So, as I'm understanding it, Lernock on a corner, Hendrik and Orly up high, and then Thoric and Torkel actually going inside the meet.
That is my suggestion, unless anybody has any reason why, forever hold your peace part thing. Right.
Cool.
No, yeah, I'm fine with that. Like, we want to be set up close enough to get involved if we need to, but like, it's not going to be good if it's, oh my god, I need help. We're 10 minutes out.
Yeah, I imagine you guys are probably going to be no more than like 150 feet from visual of the front door.
If anything, what's Hendrik? Is Hendrix kind of like dexterous or no?
It's magic.
No,
he's not. He'd probably be best.
I'm fine. I'm like I'm a normal-ish in that regard.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. No, I'd be able to get down from a rooftop fairly quickly if we needed to scramble. It's just
I think whatever situation we have,
we can all get
internally-
down quickly, safely, as they say.
No,
Yeah, well, that goes hand in hand with me, I guess.
I think that if there anything becomes a problem
what-
on the ground, that Torkel and Leonok and Thoric combined should be able to deal with a threat, right?
I love that
And
word,
then we would-
should. But yeah, okay.
and then we'll be able to, like, or
Remember,
at least
as far
deal
as-
with it until you guys get there.
I mean, also, to be fair, remember, as far as we're aware, he's just a civilian of hardcore currently.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not expecting the fucking like the grand master of a Silver Templar order to be rock.
No, he's
Again,
a civilian. but we do know
Unless that would be
We do
quite
know
a
that
plot
we're-
twist.
we do know that we were being watched. I'm pretty sure.
I have invisibility. It lasts an hour. I can cast on people. So
Okay.
you can have people next to you, Dorkel.
I think just going in with Thoric is fine, right? Because there's no point.
You can do it on
like
yourself,
having-
fine.
Remember, we're not really going in expecting the Salient to
No,
go completely wrong.
exactly,
So
yeah.
Yeah,
don't-
but
we
we
don't
just
have
come
to
from
more
Calm
people-
Marsh, okay? So a little bit of PTSD is healthy right now.
I think that's the
Oh,
reason
yeah,
why
just
there's
you're the
more
healthy
people
amount
doing
of
it.
PTSD.
It is potential for and
and whose
Okay.
fault was it we went in
Let's just-
Kalmarsha?
The enemy.
The reason there should be more people outside than inside is because we don't necessarily anticipate that Eric is a threat. But from my understanding of when we were investigating
Okay, hold on.
Daniel's house,
Hold
there was
on.
someone.
Hold on.
There was, no, there was,
The
hold on.
bickering's
There was
killing me.
someone. There's someone in the out.
Turkle.
There's someone in the. Can you let me finish the statement I'm making, please?
Yes, I'm sorry.
The reason that we should have more people on the outside than the inside is because the threat isn't necessarily from Eric, but the threat of Eric being followed. So the people outside
Right.
have to be able to perceive anybody who is attempting to get into the meeting, because they think that they might mope me up.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes,
Okay.
you're totally right. Wasn't it? Was
There's a
I completely
fucking
forgot. He was
Yoland-
fucking with he was like the Inquisitors or something from.
Yeah, there's a Yoland Inquisitor
Erith,
following
wasn't
me.
there? Holy
Yeah.
shit! I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, I mean, but in fairness, this was a while ago that we've picked up. Do you know?
Yeah,
We
so,
have
yeah,
literally been all over the continent in that thing.
Yeah.
but yeah, like I said, so I
Um,
think it would be good for. Leonok is happy to sort of stay out and close enough to get involved if need be, but like
No, it's a
even
good enough reason for the three of us to be outside. After, like with what Sean said. To be fair.
But this is Torkel's thing. We'll just let him figure out what he wants us to do, and we'll just do it. Easiest way to do it.
I think that makes sense. And then I've got sending if it's for some reason the sending stones don't work. So I can contact the people who are outside to come in
Cool.
if needed. Yeah.
Sure.
So I think
Sounds
we're-
good.
Yeah.
Does anybody need to get anything or prepare anything or change anything before we go?
Jeez, I
to...
don't think so.
No.
Not for me,
Stakeout.
anyways.
I'm definitely not talking
mean,
to Cypher secretly about something.
Torkel, I have the ability.
Oh yeah. So
I
you
have the
want to
ability,
grab
Torkel,
something, don't you?
to enhance abilities. Do you want me to cast that on you for wisdom, for insight them, or for charisma to convince them, or anything like that?
I think does that give me advantage? What does
It does
Uh,
give you advantage.
Yeah, for an
Yeah,
hour.
I think
For
do
1 hour.
do it for charisma because my plus score for
Okay.
wisdom is like 9 or something like that.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. I'm gonna just knock it off my sheet right now, and
We'll say
Yeah,
that you
we'll
cast
cast
it
it like
before he
an
goes
hour
in.
Yeah, yeah.
And Thoric,
exactly.
Thoric wanted to
you can
grab
see
something,
the
right?
description there.
Yeah, I'm doing a
Yeah.
quick shop or something.
Is
Yeah.
anyone like sitting there for a good couple hours watching it before like even darkness comes?
I
Like,
will.
wanting to
I
sit
can.
there for a long time. Okay.
Yeah, it's a good idea actually.
I can. I'll and we'll separate the sending stones now. So I'll take the sending stone one.
Cool. I'll take the other one. If you want to go and take it out and just let us know, and then we'll appear like 20
Sure.
minutes before the scheduled time.
Do you
Yeah.
want a perception? Well, actually, Thoric wants to go shopping first. So
Yeah.
Sorry, people are saying messages. Yeah, you get that, Ryan. No problem. You don't even have to pay for it. You just
Thank you very much.
pass a brass shield and just take it off them.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. So we got Orly staking out for a couple hours. We got Learnock and Hendrik in the street. We got Thoric and Torkel ready. So Orly, if you're doing reconnaissance, can you roll me a perception check, please?
I can.
This is for the first hour. 17. All right, okay. The disused storm tower. You get to a covert spot. You keep a lookout. A few workers go in and out of it, moving supplies, moving barrels. But you do get the sense that, like, as the hour goes by, like, we're talking like midday, like 4 o'clock is when stuff starts to slightly change, like 4:30. A couple hours earlier, you hear the boom of the cannons again, firing from the fortress. And you start to see what you reason to be people moving stuff inside around, taking stuff out. Like, you see more going in than coming out. That makes you a little bit suspicious. Not sure what it is. Looks like draped in crates, barrels. You're not sure what's in the crates, but people go in with a barrel or a crate, and they come back out a few minutes, half an hour later, and then they might go back in again with another barrel, another crate. That's what you see early in your first hour.
Okay.
Just a side question: is this a thing that I can like have my shield and weapon with me on, or am I still going?
I mean, if you want to go armed,
shield?
if you want to go armed, it might change how people perceive you. But
Torkel, it's your call.
Yeah, I think we're going armed, right? Like, I think we don't need to hamstring ourselves like too much.
So you're saying go in armed?
Hmm.
No, I didn't actually hear.
Go in armed.
Okay.
No, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm saying go in armed. I think we don't have to hamstring ourselves too much, and we're there to meet Eric, right? So like, we're there. Like, I think it will be within within Torko's ability to explain to him the reason why he showed up and the reason that he's concerned, and that'll explain why they're armed.
Okay, cool.
Okay, Orly, second hour. Perception check, 16. Pretty similar pattern. More stuff's going in. You see a few people, like, lithe, thin, body types, hoods up, go inside and don't come back out. You seem to
Is there any
arrive,
chatter
like,
amongst them?
I mean, you're about like 100.
Oh yeah, I'm not looking
away,
to hear in,
so-
but is there any kind of like
A
chatter
little
whilst
bit.
walking in?
A little bit, like, friendly, like jovial, not like serious.
Oh, okay, fair.
Cool. At this point, Hendrik and Learnock. So are you guys trying to be deceptive, like hiding around, or are you guys just standing around?
That was probably more in the region of at the
Staying around
moment, like looking, like actually trying to find things to help people with around here if need be. But otherwise, he's actually more just
You get told to get lost because this is people's jobs, and like they don't want you taking their income. Like they want the foreman to see someone else helping. Like, oh, I got to split my wage with this guy because he's helping. And it's not. It's like, I wish I could let an angel help me, but the foreman will think I'm being lazy if I ask an angel to help me. You know,
That's fine. Then
it's a shipbuilding yard.
yeah, then also be on the lookout for like injuries and the like. As if and that's the kind of thing that hey, I can be justified in helping with there. Then
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. Okay, Hendrik, what are you doing?
I would entirely be stealthy.
Okay,
I'm
make a
hanging in
stealth
the
check.
alleyway.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Something I'm totally competent at.
3. I feel
There's a
better than I thought
light
you were gonna
behind
get. I
you
thought
in
were
the
gonna
alleyway, highlighting
get
you.
one.
Could
he's silhouetted marvelously.
He
Am
is
I?
totally the. There's a cop standing on the street, isn't there? Like a bunch of people, like there's just a cop in the
yeah,
hallway.
he's gone out as well.
Yeah. Just walking around.
Like, man, I can see your radio poking out from under your shirt. Like,
Yeah, he goes
The,
going to
the
earpiece.
light is glinting
Yeah.
off his badge.
Yeah,
So
Orly, what do you see? Orly, repeat. What do you see?
I'm so happy this man has a gun in the game now. Like, it's unbelievable. Could I actually roll a stealth check as well? I know I'm up high, but
Absolutely.
cheers.
All right.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
All right. This is considered like the final skill checks before Thoric and Torkel start to go in. Before the dimness of the evening light starts to fall, clouds start to appear. But through all this, Orly and Learnock, and Hendrik, because you actually have an eye on the door and an eye on the premises, you do get the sense people are starting to come around and enter in the door. And, it doesn't look like they're leaving, People are going in and not coming out.
I'm going to report that
yeah.
to Torkel, that there's a large amount going in but not coming out. So to think about that at least.
There's a lot more people, sort of foot traffic than I was expecting.
All right. I would like one final perception check from Orly.
Sure.
And then for Thoric and Lyrnok and Hendrik, what would your last skill checks want to be? And then I'll get to Torkel and Thoric in a second. 19. Okay.
I found I'm Hendrik is standing directly underneath one of these signs. He's the exact same silhouette.
Yeah. Orly, you do see a few different crews of handful of people walking towards the door, and with a 19, you get the faint little etching of. Do you know when like people are like walking to like a social gathering and they're like laughing and joking, but then they're like told like, "All right, be cool, like calm down."
Okay.
Right. It's like that. It's like people walk into, they knock the door, they go inside, and they'll come out. Like people are walking there for like 19 based, you can tell is, and they look, they're like, some of them are covering their heads, some of them are not, some of them are like wearing like clearly big fuck you, Lyrnok. You get the sense that they're clearly like covering their clothes, and then they're going in. And now, Hendrik, what would you like to do?
God. Shit, it's stealth. I'm gonna just watch. I'm gonna watch for other people watching for people.
Absolutely,
like other lookouts.
The counter watch.
Perception. Could I do insight? Because I'm trying to like suss out who's acting
from
suspicious.
Behavior. Sure. I'll say it's a harder DC,
Yes.
but sure. 22. Yeah, there's a handful of people who like still like look like they're workers, like off shift, but they're clearly staying around to be like security. And they're not so much like intervening when people walk towards the door, but definitely keeping their eyes on them, and like definitely keeping it. Like a few people like walk towards the door and they don't walk up to them, but definitely give them a look like, be careful, or definitely an air of like these look like light security, but they're not armed. They just look like guys off shift, like they're standing with a couple, jugs and heavy, like strong spirits alcohol look like, but they're not doing anything to intervene people going in and out. Okay. You do see a handful of people like leave, and they definitely look a little bit annoyed, and they kind of like close the door a bit swiftly and like stomp off. About 4 of them. That's about it. Now, Hendrik, Thoric, and Torkel, how are you guys approaching the situation? We'll say you pass by Hendrik, he casts the advantage on you for your charisma checks. And
also, during this time, I would have used the Sending Stone to every time I do a perception check, I'd up there.
Sorry, Lyrnok, was there any final thing you wanted to do?
Lyrnok's leaves with me spending his time actually just chatting, making more small talk, but he's just going to try and be using that to sort of get some like ideas on the area. See, like he's not going to be like going, is this a suspicious area? But just like saying, hey, like what seems to be going on? Like making small talk for it.
20. Best you are able to learn. It sounds like it's a meeting point, like it's an access point for like a club. Best you're able to tell.
Oh my god, if this is a fucking teenager rave, I'm gonna howl so bad.
All right. So, Thoric and Torkel, not Hendrik, finally approach, or start to make your approach. What do the two of you do?
Provided that they've updated us.
Yeah, I'm sure they would have done through all this.
The
Yeah.
comings and goings. We probably need to approach this differently. And I need to try and remember what Erith looks like. Should we probably get rid of our weapons before we go in?
Anyone who's under the age of 21, get out of here.
Okay. As you kicking down the door right now, folks, please.
When's your birthday? February. What year? Every year.
What's your star sign?
Son of a bitch! I was literally just googling that scene to grab it.
All right. So you wanna hide your weapons from the party members?
I think we should probably get rid of our most noticeable weapons. If we're going to be entering into some sort of teenager rave.
I love that it's what it is.
Yep, it's a teenager rave now. So
Okay.
I suppose at the point where we pass by Hendrik and get our enhancement, well, I'll also try and slip on my hammer at the same time.
Okay, hammer to Hendrik. And are you giving your shield and your weapon up, Thoric?
Oh, Torkel, some guidance.
I think that if we're going to go into a rave and we're going to have to try and find Eric, that we might just get rejected at the door if we've got a shield and weapon.
Okay. Here, if you can carry it, my shield and weapon.
Isn't your shield deadlier than your weapon? You can get him with the shield.
Yeah, I don't think the bouncer is going to be like, yeah, sure, come in with a shield.
Yeah, come in, massive 8-foot tall dragon man who can use that to bludgeon someone to death with because he's literally 8 feet tall and twice as just as
To be
tall.
fair, I also have my fist
I'm treating,
and my
counterpoint.
breath.
treating this like a
Counterpoint.
treating like
Try and
this
stop
like
me.
I'm treating this like a club in Glasgow, which means that you just defer to the bouncer at all times, and if he says take off your shoes and your top, and then you can go in, you just do it because that's how it works.
I love how we're
is-
literally manifesting a fucking rave right now.
It's a rave. It is a rave, right? It's a teenager rave. They're listening to like
It's a teeny boppers. They probably have a code check room. So, I mean, you know.
All
it's one of those like Disney dance music things.
Okay, so you hand off the weapons, and Hendrik and Thoric, the two of you approach the door to the disused storm shelter. 3 bouncers. Orly goes, oh, they're looking at you, and they don't seem to intervene. You just open up the door and you walk in. You see an immediate stairwell going down. You can hear talking about a few flights of stairs down, like maybe 2 flights of stairs. You can hear talking and some laughing and snickering.
Yep, I'm starting heading down.
Okay. You head down and you're greeted by more and more people laughing and the hallway. There's a hallway at the end of the stairs which goes down, and you're in the queue about maybe 25 people. Now people have their hoods down. You see a mix of people from the of gnomish and dwarvish, human, and a dragonborn or two. Make a perception check, the two of you, please. In this dim light.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Second one.
Nice, that's funny.
This session.
Oh my god!
Another natural 20. We see everything.
Oh my
What
god!
the hell?
Okay, you walk down here and you're like, oh my god, they're all fucking rich kids. They're all dressed so nice. They have fine, brand new doublets. They have new boots on. Their shirts perfectly trimmed. Their shapes. There is a mix of people who are from the ages of 20 to about mid 30s. So it's not kids, but it definitely is young adult into and they're clearly all wealthy. Their outfits, they have face makeup on, they have they've clearly painted their nails, they have taken the time to groom their hair, and they're taking off their cloaks because they clearly don't want to be seen coming here. How nicely dressed they were, either for whatever reason. So by this point, it's still early in the night. It's still half 8, shall we say? And you just got to wait your time in the queue. And you see at the end of the hallway, there's 2 guys there. One is a short dwarf sitting on a stool, and another one is a kind of tall elven lineage maybe person. and they're clearly like asking for money, like, and you hear like the price, like 15 gold to enter. That's the price. That's the going rate. And like people go, yeah, sure, man, and like hand him like 15 gold, and so what's the queue to the bar like? And he's like, it's not bad. It's not bad this time of night. Just go easy, yeah. Just go easy, kid.
God,
and all that
they're
stuff
all
as well.
so punchable.
And one person's in front of you, and he's like, so it is Farron going to be playing tonight? And the guy nods, like, yeah, Farron's here. Ah, sick. I've been waiting months to see her set. This is going to be sick. And like nodding his head.
No.
Do they run a tribute band to Bill Boz?
Oh, you just wait for that. You just wait.
Don't you dare.
I've got that ace in the hole ready for the campaign. You just wait. All right, okay. You get to the queue, and the guy looks at the size of like Thoric, and he goes, "Oh, some old fans. Going rate 15 gold for the night. You happy to pay?"
I'll pay the 30 gold.
Are you sure I can pay 15?
All right.
No, it's fine. It's my thing that we're doing here, so I hand him over 30 gold.
Guy just says, "First time here."
I nod.
All right, just a few basic rules. Don't get too drunk. You'll get thrown out. Don't touch the performers. And any other rowdy shit, well, yeah, we'll come sort you out. But you guys looks like he squints at you. Oh, okay, yeah, you look pretty old. You'll be okay.
If someone tries stealing or attacking us, can we defend ourselves?
I looks at you. I don't think anybody's going to try anything with you except trying to fuck you.
Oh yeah. Thoric just kind of rolls his eyes a bit and just, okay, fine, whatever.
The dwarf punches him in the shoulder. It's like, that's not the right thing. I thought it was a compliment. Like, and then you push past him. And he goes, you can't just say someone's attractive like that. That's not social decorum. He goes, well, I was raised by my father. And he goes, and your fucking father's brought into the conversation again.
Search reminds me of Futurama. You can't have your characters say how they feel. That makes me feel angry.
Yeah. You walk down the stairs, and literally, like, you go down the bottom of the stairs, and like walking through a wall you didn't know was there, you instantly hear the sound of like deep strumming instruments, music resonating through the walls, and there's like this kind of bead like door that you guys have to go push through, and you can immediately hear noise. Some type of enchantment has kept all the noise past this door frame out from you guys from hearing it. And you can hear like fast strumming of lutes, string instruments, bassy skin drums beating, and it sounds like pretty lively, like jig style movement of music. You can hear people like, you know, enjoying music and going like away and enjoying it, and it sounds like pretty lively in there. You push through the beads and you see the small half circular stage in the corner of the room, a bar to the side of it, and maybe around 30-40 people, and there's like a certain mosh right in front of the stage, all dancing and jigging, like doing like pairing up and dancing around each other. And the bar itself is pretty busy. There's a line for that. The performers themselves are, for lack of a better term, they look like a fantasy version of like a glam rock band. Like they have such big dazzled like hair pieces on. They have feathers in their hair. They have bright like colors painted on their arms, their fingertips. And actually the most amusing thing about it is their instruments are glowing with like magical light. And it seems that there's some type of enchantment on the instruments. It seems to be refracting the noise, like amplifying noise to a like supernaturally high and intense level. And everyone is loving it. There's a few guys like kind of, there's some posts and stuff like that. Like this room, based on your perceptions, your passive perceptions, was clearly like a shelter for people, for food, for storage, and it's been turned into a makeshift club, bar, tavern. What do the two of you do?
Weep.
I,
I'm
the player,
immediately
realize
trying
my
to,
best years are
scan-
behind me.
yeah. I'm immediately trying to scan to see if I can pinpoint
Do you want me to pick
like
you up?
anybody who's set apart from the group, or
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
who's set apart from these revelers. Anybody who looks like they're waiting for someone, or something like that.
Yeah, make your perception check. Thoric, you doing anything?
I know, can I help him in this?
Sure, you can give advantage if you want.
Go for it.
15. With a 15, you do see stage in the center of the room, bars to the left, around the right hand side, like towards the kind of what would be like back on yourself, like towards your right hand corner, away from yourself. There seems to be like a small alcove of like booths there, and most of them like seem to be like there's dim light, like dim candlelight inside of it, and some people talking. Seems to be like a quote unquote quieter section of the tavern. Like this tavern is this underground tavern, shall I say? The dance floor is like a good like 40 feet wide by about 60 feet like lengthwise from the stage. And it's pretty much like not end to end filled, but there's a mosh at the front, and not everybody. The place is not filled yet. Like it is not everybody's here. If the place wanted to be completely rammed.
Okay, I'll motion to Thoric and indicate that I'm going to do like a walk by on the booth area.
Okay.
To try and see if I can pinpoint Eric. Maybe you want to have a look around from a taller vantage point.
Yeah, sure. I'll have a gander.
Yeah, sure. All right, you mingle your way towards the bar, Thoric, and what you see is with your like it's not dim light in here, but it's like a club, like a tavern atmosphere, and you can clearly see that all the people playing in the band are Elven, and some of them are High Elven, like proper High Elven. Long, extended, like chins, pointed ears, elongated faces, and they seem to be just absolutely jamming out, and everyone's loving it. And there hasn't been anyone singing yet. It's just instruments. It's just pure instruments of high-strung lutes and drums and string instruments. And the floor is opening up for people to do more collaborative, like kind of quite light keiling, shall we say, for lack of a better term, like Irish dancing kind of stuff, where you join courses with a partner and things. As you head to the side to the booths, Torkel, it actually doesn't take you very long, and you gather that all of the booths are taken except for one, and you see a surprisingly old man, like definitely a human male, like in his 80s, 90s, with a single small cup, what looks to be like a dark red wine in it, and he's sitting there like arms crossed, like looking out, slumped into his chair. Looks way too old to be in this club, way too old. And he's got a walking stick like resting against like where he would stand up if he wanted to get up, and he's sitting there, and he seems to be like reading a small piece of parchment. He's holding into his left hand, which is like covered in like, freckles and aged by time and worn by wrinkles. And you recognize this to be a very old Eric. You do not forget the face.
But like old as in like it runs along with the timeline of what I would expect Eric to be.
Yeah, Eric was a human and he married a dwarf. Well,
it's not unusual that he is old. It's
no.
Because that's just how he ages. He's not been like magically aged.
No,
for some
like
reason.
I think I think they roughly got married in like 1550, like 50 years ago. So when he was an adult and he got with Nathaniel, like he would be in his at least 80s, 90s now. When he was about 20, if you met him, you remember him being 20s, maybe early 20s when they got together.
Okay, I'll before I sit down at the table, can I look from the side of the alcove that he's in and see if I catch the eye of anybody who may be
absolutely here? Yeah, make a perception check. 10. Everyone, you hear like, oh, you wouldn't believe it. The carriage broke down just as we were about to get to the ship, and Father had to run back and fetch another stable hand to repair the wheel. You wouldn't believe it, Galvatron. And like, you're just like, okay, not that conversation, not that.
Fucking Galvatron.
I really, really wish. No. Okay. He sits down. Torkel slides round the corner into the booth, and places, reaches his hand over and says, "Don't be alarmed. Try not to show any surprise. I'm so sorry for your loss. This has been a while, Eric."
Looks up at you with emotionally filled and charged eyes and a slight quip on his lip. So it's true then, Nathaniel is dearly departed from this realm.
Yeah, he squeezes his hand and it says, "Yeah,
He shakes your
I'm
hand.
sorry. It's awful, but he is passed, and we have convened his last rites."
I'm just so confused about it all. So many years, distance, and he tried to rekindle when I am clearly in the prime time of my life. Fit as a fiddle. At least both of us got old at the same time.
I think that in his final years, one particular issue became his sole focus. And I'm not sure if that is maybe why he reached out to you.
It was. We had correspondence. In fact, Mr. Gunmanson, he spoke highly of you, and he was the only person he named for me to trust should you come knocking. I thought, even after his passing, if there's a chance that I might find you here, or even him, it was worth going. Those stairs aren't easy to come down at my age, but it seems to have paid off. He takes a sip of the wine.
I have little reason to believe that maybe what happened to Nathaniel was not necessarily old age catching up with him. Has there been anything unusual in your goings on? Anything you can pinpoint? Or
A while ago, a few weeks back before his funeral, Nathaniel hired a very expensive courier, a well-trusted one of Thesnia, to deliver a letter to me. Of instructions for what to do should I meet someone here tonight. Well, one that I trust. It was either him or you. And he reaches into his pocket and he takes out a simple, thick, dwarven-sized silver wedding band. I do not know much. He implored for my own safety. But he entrusted this to you or to whoever came tonight. Which is either him or you. Access his pension account in the Mina Bank. That's your next step. That was his last parting words to me until I heard word that he had passed on.
so is he offering Torko the wedding ring?
He's passed over the wedding band to you, yeah.
Yeah, you take it and hold it. Eric, is there anything that I can do for you? Is there anything that you need to see or that you want to know, or even any help or assistance?
I was married to Nathaniel for decades. And, I don't even know sometimes if I truly know the man. Yes, he was respected, had his academic pursuits, a well-respected position, and he traveled across the continent in his work, wrote a great many books and catalogues that are still sold to this day. But there's something about my distant husband that I was never able to figure out. I have a feeling it connected to whatever he asked me to do before he left. I would only ask Torgal, if you find anything, Don't tell me about it. If what he has done is worth it, how distant he was with me, how protracted his missions abroad were. If what he has been working towards wasn't even worth it, I'd rather not know. At least this way, I can feign ignorance. Imagine my ex-lover tried to accomplish something great.
No, it's I sometimes myself wish that I could just see him still as a mentor and not as the object of this unfortunate investigation or mystery or something. So I understand.
If it weighs on your conscience or on your soul, he spoke more highly of you than any other student he lectured in front of. That's why he trusted you to. He was the only person he named in the letter to trust. And Christ, yeah, God's the only way that I remember to recognize your face was he had an etching of you in his own study. And he used to point at it and say, this man, this scholar, he'll do something with himself. I hope he wasn't
He was
wrong.
Nah, I hope so too. He was a great man, and like all great men, and I suppose he was a little flawed. I appreciate the risk you have taken here, Eric. I will not provide you any information that you do not want to know, but please do not hesitate to contact me if anything unusual happens. Like I said, that I was apprehensive tonight that there could be some danger. Nathaniel wasn't exactly involved in something easy.
I'm 89 years old. If there's danger coming my way, well, I'm an old man. What could I know? But there was one thing. Gesture to come close.
Yep.
Like speaking right into your ear, like pretty whispered. He asked me if my department receives shipments of veinstone. Yes. There's some type of research in a hidden location at Split Rock. That's as much as I could learn before I was in danger. He leans back away from me. Roll perception check for me, please. Torkel.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fine.
Nedlin.
I think we've got inspiration, don't we? If you want to use it.
Oh yeah, definitely. I've not used that
know.
inspiration. Did we get it from last session?
I thought
I think we
got
all
it in
got an
Mark from last-
inspiration,
yeah.
I think.
I
I do
thought
have
we
them on.
did, but
Did that
Yeah,
give me
you
the
guys-
ability to roll with advantage? Yeah.
Yeah, I just reroll. Just as it's a reroll.
Okay, cool. 18.
As he finishes that sentence, something triggers your instincts, and on a corner of a booth, you see a mop that's placed against the wall just get knocked for a second, and it moves 2 or 3 inches towards the floor, and it's grabbed and put back in place from no visible hand.
Oh no.
Oh dear, what could the matter be?
Oh, I know. I activate tremor sense.
You hearken into your dwarven techniques, your bloodline, and indeed, 15 feet away from you, there's a creature standing in the same room as you that you cannot see, but you can feel your dwarven presence. Humanoid, 2 feet.
I don't know if you. I might have to roll a deception check for this, but Torko leans back away from the talk and smiles. Continues like a minute or so of
Catching up.
small talk.
Yeah.
All the time keeping in his like peripheral vision, like his actual tremor sense, like where that individual is, and then motions for an Erith, if he will accompany him out to the top to get some fresh air. I think their business here is done, and tries to signal to and then because shit.
I mean, we were seen coming in together, so me going with you, it wouldn't be too unusual if you wanted to call me.
I'm trying to get using the sending stone. Is that like a spell?
It would be like, is there like an action?
Right. Okay.
Actually, no. It might not even be an action. Oh, let me just check. Sending stones. I mean, I would happily like GM rule it, like you can whisper into it. Absolutely.
Yeah. If he can, if he can do that, once he gets up from the table and sees that Thoric is coming across, he'll like try as being as nonchalant as possible and approach the exit.
Sure.
But if he feels at any point that his back is turned to that individual that he's trying to sense via tremor sense, he will he'll use that opportunity to whisper into the sending stone and just say like Orly, we've got one following us, completely invisible, just be ready.
Okay. Can you roll me a deception check, please?
Of course.
You can have advantage because Eric doesn't know what's going on and he's like acting, so you can have advantage on this.
Great.
Upon getting that message, I only know of one way in or out, so I'm gonna get down to the floor and try to. This will take time, but whilst that's happening, I'm trying to gather the others and get to a closer proximity to the front door in preparation.
All right. So,
also,
Sean, just to reiterate, you're sending this message only if you feel it moves in a certain way.
No, I'm trying to do it in a deceptive manner so he doesn't see that I'm notifying someone outside. But no matter what, as soon as we get to the entrance, like the stairwell to exit out past the guards, the dwarf and the other guy who told Thoric he was hot. As soon as I feel like my back is turned to the individual, I'm going to say it, no matter what. It doesn't matter if I don't feel them moving.
Okay. They stay put, but they stay put. And
can I mention something?
You see Thork. Yeah, go ahead, Thork. Yeah, go ahead.
I have 10-foot blind sight, so if they were to come in, would I sense them?
If they come within 10 feet of you, yeah, you would sense them.
Okay, cool. Just making sure.
I'll let you know.
Cool.
Okay. All right. Okay. You want to help escort Eric out?
Yep.
All right. Orly, Liranok, and Hendrik, can the three of you make perception checks for me, please?
Sure. And I would have relayed the knowledge of an invisible person to the other two as well.
Yeah. Okay. 17. Okay. Sorry, 2 seconds. All right. Liranok, Hendrik, and Orly. You're not sure when it happened. Actually, sorry, only Hendrik. You're not sure when it happened. But 3 of the bouncers, there's 3. There's now just 2. You don't know where the third one went. You just lost sight of him. And Liranok, you dwindle that, and then Orly, you spot. You're like, wait, where are the bouncers? They're all gone.
Oh, they're all gone?
All of them gone. All the bouncers are all gone. As Torkel and Thor come to leave and go up the stairs, from the point that they say, from the point of the voice message, over the next like 3 rounds, all the bouncers are just like disappeared. They're gone.
Oh, that's not good. Everyone else is beside me right now, or am I alone?
I would say you're alone. If you want to get beside the party, like watching this, you can if you want to. If you want to get beside Hendrik and Leonok.
I'm sorry, am I still outside the door at this point?
You're still outside. I'm just describing this like this happens very quick, and you said you want to get right next to the door, right?
Yeah.
Right. In the process of you getting towards the door, before you get there, about 60 feet away, you notice all 3 bouncers are gone. And at this point, I think we need to just go like action by action. So,
okay.
Torkel and Hendrik, 2 of you are wanting to leave the club, right? With
That's the plan,
Eric, go. Okay. All right. Okay. So we'll say use your 30 feet of movement. You go up the stairs. You're about like say another turn of like leaving the club, shall we say? Orly, Leonok, and Hendrik, you all notice that the 3 bouncers are gone. Orly is 60 feet away from the door. Hendrik, you're about 80 feet, and Leonok, you're about 80 feet as well. I will just get a map up 2 seconds.
Okay, Hendrik, you better be quick at getting us our weapons and my shield.
Remember, it's an action to equip the shield.
That's fine. I'm willing to accept 1 action in exchange for being able to use the shield on whoever's going to attack us.
Oh god, that's a big map. Oh well, it's fine. This will make sense. No, okay. Sorry.
I keep forgetting I'm a rogue. Fast as fuck, boy.
Okay. Why doesn't... Anyway. Okay. All right. So, Hendrik, Orly, and Leonok, is there anything you guys want to try and do?
Are we on the map or not yet?
What's that?
Are we on the map or not yet?
I'm just making a map. Just tell me what you want to try.
Gotcha.
Leonok is just going to be slow, like sort of walking in that direction. He's not necessarily going to be rushing yet because he still doesn't know about the true actual danger at the moment. But he is going to be walking that way pretty intently in a minute. Like not full, like not dashing, but walking 30 feet. I guess a bit.
Okay.
The other 2 are within earshot of me, so I'm going to just say I'll just say the bouncers are gone. I'm going to quickly check what's happening, and I'll firstly move in with the intention of using my my full movement, anyways, just to see what's happening.
So you want to move up towards the door?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You move up towards the door, and with your past perception, you can hear noise happening, but you can't see you don't know where it's coming from. But you can hear this like gurgling, choking noise.
But it's definitely coming from inside. Just I don't know where inside.
No, it's like coming from the side of like a box where one of the guys was sitting, or one of the people were sitting.
What the fuck?
Agent 47.
I'll use perception as or investigation to find out where. Yeah, cool. What do you want?
Roll perception check, please.
Perception.
19. You, thanks to Hendrik's spells, you know what it's like when someone's casting visibility on themselves. You can just barely tell something weird is going on. You can't tell what's happening to that person, but someone should be in front of you. You can hear it. You can see where you think is happening, and you can't really make sense of you can't really make sense of the dimensions. But someone is choking in front of you, but you can't physically see it because they're under the effects of an invisibility spell.
Shoot!
You can smell the cheap cologne directly in front of you.
Okay. All right. So at this point, Hendrik, what are you doing? So he's at the door. So Orly's at the door. I was moving towards the door.
I'm gonna run up with Orly.
Okay.
I think you said I was 80 feet away.
Yeah, so you can. I'll say if you want to spend a round, so you move 60, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus, I still had a bonus action, so after learning
You
of
wanna
that,
get right back-
I'll scream that out as well. Then,
What? Like someone's choking?
yeah.
Okay. Just changing stuff.
I have
I'm
no
just-
spells to cast, so.
Fireball.
Oh, oof.
Okay.
You can see though, right? You
Oh god,
you-
man, you have no idea how tempted.
So, also, if Leonard
Leonard?
hears Ollie, can
Yeah.
so I know it's one of those ways it's a bit awkward and like turn my turn basic. Could he then, after that hearing, like rush further
Yeah,
at
absolutely.
the moment? Or, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So
Alright,
before
okay.
there was like a concern, but no actual danger just yet, and now it's changed into
Yeah.
oh shit, someone's in
Yeah. It's at this point that Thoric and Torkel are moving past them. It's like, "Oh, you going, old man?" It's like, "Yeah, I had a good time. Music's a bit too loud from back in my day." And like, you're
Yeah.
shuffling out. You don't feel the presence of the invisible creature following you, Torkel.
Okay.
So that's another round. So basically, what's happening is Torkel and Thoric are like, start next round, are going to enter out the door with Eric in show. And then, so we've got Orly having an action, Hendrik having an action, and Lernock having an action. So I think we should roll initiative.
Sure.
So I'll get the map up in a second.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, do a MS Paint map.
yeah.
No, I got a popper map.
Oh shit.
Let me just grab Orly's token.
I can't wait for that initiative. You know what? I can't complain. I'll take it.
Orly's token. So the door is, I know the map isn't like super one-to-one of what I described, but it's the best map I have. The
Also,
door
I
is-
can't see anything.
Yeah, you're not on the map yet, buddy.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
You're still enjoying the club.
We have to come out. Yeah. This is what it looks like inside the club. It's just really dark, and all you can
It's
hear
really
are other people
fucking
talking.
dark. Yeah.
Honestly, yeah, that sounds like most clubs from where
Yeah.
Okay.
From back in my
you can't
day.
fucking see anything, you can't hear anything.
So Orly, do you want to go right up next to the door or anything?
So I can kind of tell that there's somebody in front of me, possibly doing something invisible.
You can hear, like, let me just grab something. Oh fuck, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I'm on GM there. That's okay.
Quick, whip out the spray paint.
Always fantastic to hear as a
Love hearing
player.
that.
Oh,
Love
I'm a
hearing
GM
that.
player, don't worry about it.
Why isn't this working? Is that going to work?
Water balloons filled with paint. That's how we fight invisible creatures.
Right, give us 1 second. Okay, so Orly, you're like 5 feet away from the door.
Cool. Well, if you allow it, I want to use the sending stone. Can I like
Yeah,
use a bonus
absolutely.
action or something like that
You
to
can use
do
a free
that?
action. You can use a free action to use it. Yeah.
Cool.
I think it's actually. Yeah.
Because as far as I'm aware, well, I don't know whether they're leaving or not. So I'm just going to in the sending stone. I'm going to toggle. There's an issue at the front door. We have somebody invisible here too. If you'll allow that many words.
Yeah, go for it.
And I can see the rest of the gang have called to me. Can I see who's being choked or who's gurgling?
Make a perception check.
Sure.
23. Strangely enough, as you notice, you see someone like passed out, like right here, like right there away from you, from around the corner, just there. It's like they've just appeared, they've just materialized, passed out.
Oh. They didn't come from around the corner. They just appeared.
Yeah. But it lines up with your rooftop gallery of like where one of the bouncers was standing.
Okay. So more importantly, does it sound like there's somebody right in front of me who's caught
23.
like? Sorry.
I need to roll against your perception. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Should I publicly roll it? Nah.
No.
Do it. No.
Private. Then there's
Orly, you get an eerie feeling that there's something beside you.
Oh
You're
no!
not sure what.
Right beside
You're not
me?
sure right
It's a
beside
raver
you.
wanting a fiver for a drink.
Roll. Shit. Fuck. Can I grapple? That's
You
terrible.
want to try and grab it?
I've said it. Fuck it.
Okay.
I mean,
Attached
well,
to
hang on,
this,
whoa.
Creature?
I would
Have
advise
disadvantage.
I would advise buying it dinner before you try that.
Nice one.
Okay, sure. Make an opposed grapple check. Huh?
What's that strength, is it?
It's I think it's
Yeah, it is,
strength,
huh?
isn't it? Yeah. It's,
Oh wait, oh god, no, I don't know how grappling works anymore.
Yeah,
Isn't it like
I've
an
got it,
unarmed
I've got-
attack?
I've got it.
And I'm
I've got my new
relax.
DM sheet. I've got my new
Relax.
DM sheet.
It's like an unarmed
Yeah.
attack, isn't it?
Can I?
That is more reasons why we have to
Oh,
escape
fuck.
from the city.
Yeah, actions, inspirations,
Oh, Lee's about to go on a list.
attack rolls, conditions, grappled, condition. What are grappled? Yeah, tell me what grapple does. Doesn't tell me how it happens.
I think it's part of unarmed attacks now.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, it is, isn't it? I read that.
So I vaguely remember monks being insane at it.
Yeah, I think they're really good at it now.
Which
But,
makes it even worse. For me.
That's a feat.
I think I just cling on to them, Sean.
Yeah,
like onto
that's
their
what I'm
legs.
You know, like have you ever had like a cousin and they grab your leg and you just kind of like stiff leg walk as you drag them along? Kind of like that. That's what I'm imagining it's like if Orly grabs this guy's leg.
Yeah. Okay, grapple.
That being said, it means that we don't have to buy horses because I could take an arm, you could take a leg, and Thoric could just
Okay.
drag us.
A creature can grapple a creature can grapple another creature. Creatures typically grapple with an arm strike. Many creatures have an arm strike. Okay. Successful grapple condition. Successfully gives a grapple condition. One grapple per hand. Okay.
One
so
grapple
see-
per hand.
One grapple
Yep.
per hand.
What the fuck have they changed grapple to? Hold?
Okay.
Grappling
you
is weird now.
You make an attack roll against the target. Your bonus to the roll equals strength modifier plus your proficiency bonus. So that's damage. That's damage. You succeed a strength or dexterity saving throw, of which the target must succeed a dexterity strength saving throw, which it succeeds. And the DC for saving throw and escape attempts, or any escape attempts, equals 8 plus your strength modifier plus your proficiency. So what's your strength modifier? What's your strength score? Sorry.
-1.
Okay, so it's 8 down to 7. What's your proficiency bonus?
3.
It's 3.
Okay.
But
You
he's
reach
got to
out to
hit
try-
he's got to hit the melee attack first.
You reach out to try and grab it. This is not going to matter. You reach out to try and grab it, and it feels like you're rubbing your hand on freshly spun silk, as whatever you tried to grapple is immune to the grapple condition.
What the fuck?
Try to grapple a
in response to
ghost.
that, Orly,
Hey guys,
in response to that, Orly, you
I
see a shimmering blade of force reach out and go straight for your neck with
Oh my
advantage.
god.
shit.
So this is sneak attack.
Oh,
good.
no.
Oh, good.
It's a 19 to hit. So
Oh,
hit your
no.
oh, it has advantage. It has advantage because they're
Oh,
invisible.
true. I'll roll with advantage. Yeah, I'll roll one more time. Okay, still 19 is the highest to hit. Okay, so it gets sneak attack, so that's an extra. Okay,
Rebellion
so
points.
right, so let me add this up. All right, so Orly, in the space of a second, you gotta grab something, and you see a shimmering blade of light like go straight for your throat. 5 plus 9, 15. You take 32 points of force damage.
Oh, good.
Oof.
Oh dear.
Wow.
That's good.
Do we get our reactions at all, or is this a setting surprise?
This is
Well,
this
he's
creature's
not surprised,
like
right?
this is this creature's like held attack if anything happened to
Ah.
Oh,
it.
fuck.
Okay.
If he tries to grapple me, I will stab him in the throat. That is my hold
Yeah.
action.
Okay, and with that, I feel like what happens is at this point, Orly, you all hear Orly go and gasp in pain, and I imagine that Thoric and Torkel barge out the door, and we all need to.
So
roll
actually,
initiative.
so before I do that,
Yeah.
can I use a reaction from that attack?
Sure. Yeah.
Cool. I would like to use my newly obtained, if I can find it, Aura of the Guardian.
Okay. Yeah.
I will take that damage for you, Ollie. Enjoy having no
no.
damage.
Nice.
I'm back up to full.
Yep, you took no damage.
Damn.
In my head, what's happening is that Orly tries to grab an invisible assassin, can't do it, hasn't told anyone he's attempted to grab the invisible assassin, and Leonok's just walked over and been like, so is there something? And he gets stabbed in the back. Like in between Orly and the guy.
But like within the span of 6 seconds, all of that happened.
All right. Thork rolled initiative, and he's going to add him to character, and then Tork will roll a 3. Okay, so let me just
I
add the
rolled a
guys.
bad initiative because that is my life.
So wait, you took 30 damage, Leonok, or?
Yep, I take all the damage for you.
Oh shit!
All right. I would say, honestly, like, so that's Orly's turn. I need to roll initiative. Oh, there we go.
I fucked up. I'm sorry, I fucked up.
What do you mean?
Well, just have me go now, I guess. I didn't roll initiative.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's fine because that was held. So
yeah, that's fine. So you do that, Ryan. So you get reaction. The creature is still invisible.
ooh,
I can see it.
Yeah, but Ryan can see it, right?
You can. I was about to get to that, Ryan. With your magical sense of blind sight, there's a humanoid figure right in front of Orly that is clearly invisible to everyone else, but you can sense it because of the eyes of Tyr.
God damn it, Hendrik! You could have warned me.
Sorry, we're learning new abilities.
I'm only meant.
Oh no! Wait, Orly, don't. No.
Oh no! Don't go.
This is just payback for getting.
So wait, it's just that beautiful moment where it's like gets stabbed and then goes, wait, look out!
Yeah.
I don't want to hear another fucking thing about me teleporting us ever again, Ryan.
No.
Oh no, Orly, don't.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay. God, it'd be cool to pull out the gun, but I have a better idea.
So just to bear in mind, the creature is right to the left of Orly for your point of view, Ryan.
Okay.
Oh, so I'm within blindside sense of it.
Yeah, you would be. I so fucking I'll reveal it.
What's the stone? What's the floor made out of?
This is all cobblestones.
So then that still have tremor sense.
Yeah, so the 3 of them can see it. Only Leonok and Orly can't see it.
Get good, guys.
Yeah, I feel like we're being left out right now, Toxie.
I don't mean I already had other priorities. I already wasn't going to engage in it.
Where is
I could do hold
where's
person.
Eric?
I just grab a token for him.
Okay, cool. Because I'm gonna push him like and down the well, not down the stairs, but like I'm not advocating for pushing elderly people down the stairs.
Oh
okay,
no,
hold on.
he's fallen and can't get up.
Oh no, Eric! Oh no.
That's Eric. There he goes. Nathaniel would never have done this to me, and as you push him down the stairs. Eric's right behind Thoric. He doesn't need to be on the initiative. Okay, Hendrik, it's your turn.
What's this?
So I saw him try to grapple, and it was completely impossible. My gut tells me that there's probably freedom of movement or something like that. So hold person is probably not going to work. So I'm going to just shoot this dude.
Okay.
Don't worry, if you miss, you just hit Torkel.
You didn't have to justify using the gun. Just use the gun.
He just shoots Eric.
Yeah, me and Eric
Well, here's the thing:
shot.
the gun I think is dex based, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, dexterity. And my dexterity is shit, guys. I got a gun, but I can't use it. I think the DM's just tormenting me. So what I'm going to do?
He's made you a stormtrooper.
Only stormtroopers could be this precise.
And you're standing, and you're standing right next to the target.
Oh boy, I take it back. You're a wonderful shot.
You're in the splash zone.
I am going to cast. I'm going to use my class ability. Where the fuck is it? Not Warcaster. Innate Sorcery. There it is. Innate Sorcery. Yeah.
Yeah.
Advantage on attack rolls.
And
I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt.
Okay. As you recant the spell and cast it, you hear a silvery, wispy voice from darkness as it says, "In Lucian's name, you will not." As they cast Lucian's Malison on you, and you have disadvantage on the attack roll as a reaction.
Counterspell.
Okay. Reaction. And creature you can see 60 feet. Yeah, so they would lose. They would drop that. So they would reveal themselves. Creature make a Constitution saving throw. They make a con save. Okay, con save on their end, which they have advantage on. Do they have advantage?
I am okay. Well, yeah, I was going to add a meta magic, but
no, they don't have advantage on this check.
Now.
An 18, I think they succeed on counterspell.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so you have disadvantage on the attack roll with your guiding bolt.
So it net zeros to a straight roll?
Yeah, so 17.
Yeah, it's a straight roll.
Yeah. Wait, you already rolled, did you not? You rolled a 17.
Yeah, 17.
Oh, yeah, I did. I actually rolled a 17. I didn't realize. I clicked on it to try and use the spell slot. Yeah, 17.
17 flies past it as a creature, like almost like limbo backwards, bends backwards, and it flies over where its midriff would be and dodges it.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, good. Oh, fuck. Okay.
Hendrik, my gear.
So inspiration.
We don't have anything. Shit.
Oh no!
Inspiration
The
needs
spell
to be used
Okay, so this
after the
creature is
roll, but
revealed.
before the results are said, right?
Yeah. So this creature,
Okay.
this I misused that ability wrong. So this creature cast that bane on you to give you disadvantage, even though it missed. So it revealed itself. So it's actually bad for it. But it couldn't have known that you were going to miss the 17. So I need to declare it's going to do that before you roll.
Got cast on me.
Yeah, that's fine. It's Silvery Barbs. Welcome to my fucking town.
I'm sorry, what?
Do you know what this means though, right? This means that we can use silvery barbs. The door has been opened.
No. What have you done?
No, that spell is off limits for all of you guys. Only I get it.
At least it's not Spiny
Alright.
Shield.
It's not Spiny Shield. Hendrik, is that your
What are you
turn?
talking about?
Any movement?
Silvery bulbs is way better than. Also, I didn't thought he was right.
Mhm.
am going to put distance between me and the. I can't put too much distance. I'm gonna just yell out, "Turkle, it's to your right." It's.
Okay.
I can't even fucking. A pirate.
Do you mean Ollie?
I respond by saying,
With
I
a
can
try. Yeah, sorry.
tell someone else.
Orly.
All right. At the end of your turn, Hendrik,
And then I'm
the
gonna
creature
pull back. Yeah.
creature that just attacked Orly is going to use 2 of its legendary actions to run vertically up the wall
Oh, excuse me.
and run up and stand on top of this roof.
I don't
20
have
feet
a
away.
reaction.
Yeah, you do.
You do not get attack of opportunity against it.
Oh,
I don't have a reaction anyways because I used
Yeah.
Wait, what did you use it on?
it for the Sending Stone.
It doesn't matter anyway
Oh.
because you cannot make attack of opportunity against this creature when it's
Okay.
using that ability. So it runs up the wall, like literally runs up the wall, and it's still totally invisible, but Torkel can sense it because it's still in the stone connected to the ground. And Thoric, you can't sense it any longer, but Hendrik, you can.
Wait, sorry. I thought you said it became uninvisible because it missed the spell.
No, that was
a different
another one.
creature. That was a different creature.
That was a different creature that I can't
Yeah.
see currently.
Kurt,
Okay.
It's over here. You can see it.
Ah, okay. No, I don't think I can see around that corner.
No,
actually. That wouldn't make
we
any
can't.
Hey,
see
wait,
it.
is it up on the roof or is it on the
It's-
ground?
It was on the ground. It's finished choking.
Oh, okay,
out the
then.
answer.
Right,
Okay,
fair.
Orly's turn, and then the strange creature that just dodged the fucking scanning bolt.
Okay, did I hear this thing scaling a wall?
You like fast little ninja footsteps up a wall.
All right. I shall also scale the wall.
Okay, do you have a climb speed?
No, it's going to be 15, I reckon. Half of my movement.
It's a 20-foot roof, so you'd have to
Climb
dash
rope.
to get up to the top of it if you wanted to. And that's like, I'd because this isn't like a super climbable surface. You're doing it in combat. I would require a skill check for you to climb it.
Okay.
So give me an athletics check.
I'm not good at those. Where is it?
We believe in you.
That's one.
Oh
You're-
my
you're-
gosh,
you're
that was
outside.
good.
All right, so
You're
you
a rogue.
you go 15 feet up,
yeah.
and then do you want a bonus action dash to use the rest of your movement to get up next to it?
Yeah.
Okay, you do that. You go up beside it. You hear a soft woman smirkle when you appear next to it.
Might be
Invisible creature.
haunted.
Sounds like it.
No, they're just revealing that you're actually surrounded now, and there's actually them.
Well, joke's on them because I heard where that came from, and I'm going to swing my dagger towards that direction.
Okay, with disadvantage because it's invisible.
What disadvantage is it?
Yeah.
2 natural 20s.
Fuck.
12.
I mean, one of them was a natural 20.
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay. All right. This creature's turn. Orly,
I'm dead.
the spell reconstitutes. You see like a shimmer over a humanoid shape as these magically glowing dark blade slashes out at you. It's going to make an attack with its weapon. Fuck it. Let's make it public. Let you guys roll and see what it is.
That's sneak attack again, doesn't it? Because it's still invisible.
It gets sneak attack once per turn, and it's now the start of its turn. Yeah, it does.
I can't help you against this one, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you already
Actually,
took.
let me just check its character sheet. Give me 1 second.
Maybe it gets double sneak attack.
Do you get sneak attack from being unseen, or because you get advantage in the roll for being invisible?
I
It
think you get
depends,
advantage
so-
because you're invisible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you?
Actually, so technically, its invisibility should have dropped after its first attack roll. So let's wreck on that for a second.
Sure.
So you did see the creature fully run up the wall. You followed it. What you see is a woman, slender figure wrapped in this dark web-like attire, which is this like forest green color with a huge cape, like a cloak with a massive web on the side of it. And you see that in one hand, in her left hand, she has this wicked, glowing-looking saber sword. And in her right hand, she has a glowing, magical tri-barreled pistol.
Oh God.
Oh shit.
So now that she's visible, his attack wasn't at disadvantage. Right?
No,
It's
it's
still
still
12.
12 though.
It's
Still 12, yeah. And she snickers at you, and she's going to make an attack with Life Ender, which she does not get an advantage on the attack roll. No.
Sorry, fucking life ender?
Ooh, that was a 27.
Oh,
Good thing she doesn't have an advantage.
Oh my God.
Holy
Jesus
fuck.
Christ.
Line
Okay,
ender.
so you-
Oh,
Still, the
line
second in the
ender.
You take 13 points of force damage. Ignore the sneak because she didn't get an advantage. She stabs you right through the calf. And without even looking, she raises her barrel and points it at Hendrik and fires. Hendrik, can you roll a D3 for me, please?
Sorry, it's not 13 total though.
Who's
is
targeting
it?
me? It'll be 12.
No, it's a D.
Who's
It's
targeting
a,
me?
12 total, yes, 12 total. This woman on top of the ceiling, top of the building. She's firing.
She's
Are you
stabbing.
sure she has line of sight?
She's not shooting you.
Yeah.
There's a roof between us. It's 20 feet
Oh.
up.
Yeah, she's got height. She can see like tip of like your head.
Wait,
Roll a D3 for me, please.
Okay. No, fair enough. D3. 1, 2, 3.
Ooh, you get that. You get that barrel. Okay. Let's see if it hits. A natural 1 does not work.
Is that damage correct?
The damage. It's got different damages, so don't worry. about
Okay,
it.
does one.
The barrel. She raises the strange tri-barrel pistol and fires at you, and a lightning bolt like squirts out and like only goes a foot before it like just dissipates, and like there's this flash and bang out of the weapon, and she like hisses at it, and then like sheaths it, and that is that's her.
The phrase
her-
"it squirts out a lightning bolt" is fantastic.
God, I'm not the only one that goes. Move on. You know, 1 out of 4 guys have a sim. Okay.
Okay. And then she is going to bonus action disengage, and she's going to move 40 feet over here. run across the roof and slink away. She's got a helmet on, like her face is fully covered, and you can just see like the tips of like her lips at the bottom of the face mask. I've got 2 Thorax. Let me have 2 Thorax. Thorax, it is your turn, my friend.
Alrighty, even though I've disappeared from the turn order.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I can still see you. You've got a 10 on my screen.
That's strange. I can't see him either.
Yeah,
I'll add him.
it might be hidden.
On mine, yeah.
Hang on, I'm just gonna refresh.
I'll add him back.
So
Yeah, no, Thorax was 10.
here's the thing: there are assassins, and there is this very old man that Torque wants to push down the stairs behind me, and I don't have my equipment. Hendrik has it, so Thorek is going to call it to Hendrik. Like Hendrik, one of the very few times that he's being sort of authoritative towards another member of the party. Hendrik, I need my gear now. And Thorek is going to... If Hendrik was to get close enough to hand me my shield, it takes an action to equip the shield. Is it possible to hold action to equip the shield when Hendrik brings it to me?
Yes, I will say so, yes.
Cool, then that's what I'm going to do.
Okay, so you want to run up to him and be like, give me your fucking shield.
No, I'm not going to run up to him. I'm the only thing really right now blocking the doorway between any assassins and Eric.
I see. Okay, yeah, so you're waiting for him to give you shield to you, and you're going to hold action to put it on once he gives it to you. All right, okay. My turn. Okay. Oh, they've got a really complicated character sheet. This is fun. What do I want to do to you?
Wow. Holy shit, that is a sentence that needs some context.
Don't worry about it.
Remember, they're here to kill Eric.
Are they?
I don't know, but Eric is the weakest of us all, so he's getting my protection right now.
We're talking about Hendrik's right there.
Lyranok, an invisible creature runs up to you, puts its hand on your shoulder. Its illusion spell drops as you hear a eerily uncomfortable elven ringing of a spell next to your ear. Can you make a wisdom saving throw, please?
I can certainly try.
Just runs up.
If my thing will, if my sheet will open.
It runs up. Dickus, Dropophicus.
Oh god.
Okay, my character sheet is not opening.
That's not fun.
Hey, you know what? I'm just gonna roll a d20. If you could just check what my bonuses are to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It'd be like +3.
So 10. So I think I've got.
Yeah, you succeed.
Cool.
And now this creature is revealed. You see now for the first time. You see this thin, elven statured figure wearing this like dark, burnt, fire cracked, wooden appearing leather armor, and in both their hands they're holding a twin blade, a double bladed scimitar, like with a midsection in the middle. And that was their action to try and cast Bestow Curse upon you. So that was
fuck right off. No. Veto. Not allowed.
This one here is going to dash up to Hendrik, and this one here is going to dash up to Hendrik. And the first one that gets there is going to... what are they going to cast? Can you give me a No. Can you give me a strength saving throw, please, Hendrik?
I'll be happy to.
Thank you. 7.
7.
You watch as one of the creatures puts his twin-bladed scimitar, points it at Hendrik, and Hendrik just lifts off the ground and keeps lifting up. Can you roll me a D10, please?
Fuck.
Hold on, I have counterspell.
Okay.
You already used it, didn't you?
I can't. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I did.
You used it on your turn.
Yeah. You need to get your action back for that.
Well,
buddy,
does
I'm
it
sorry.
Doesn't?
No, you get it as a start of your turn.
You get it, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Roll
Okay.
D10 for me, please.
For how many feet up I go?
Yeah.
Mm.
4 feet. You watch as the creature casts a spell on Hendrik as he floats 40 feet up into the air, completely unavailable to control his
40?
rise.
Did you say
40 feet
4?
up. 40.
Holy shit! For once, it's a good thing you didn't roll a fucking 10. Hey, you have. Right, unrelated question. Do you have Featherfall?
More importantly,
No,
can you cast
Fireball.
Death
I'll just
Ward?
I'll cast them downwards as I'm falling.
So-
Rocket jump.
Hendrik is 40 feet up. Okay. And then the final one, because you're out of the way now. What's its movement? So it moved 20, can move 10 to there. The other creature is going to cast Fly and fly 40 feet right up next to you.
Oh my
You're
god!
getting
no.
animated.
You're gonna get fucking wrecked in the air. Oh, it's gonna be so pretty and so gory.
This is like
so one.
Street Fighter when they upkick you and jump up and beat the shit out of you in the middle of the
Yeah.
Get juggled, loser.
So
I'm gonna get murdered by a bunch of weebs. Holy shit.
40 feet to.
Torkel, can you just like lock Eric inside the teenage rave?
Okay.
I can cast all the fire behind us.
Okay, so yeah, this creature points its blade at Hendrik. He literally just like stuntman just gets pulled backwards, like up into the air, like flailing around, and then
Hello?
Oh, hello.
Oh, okay, good. There we go. Thought that
Hello?
was just me then. Hi.
Oh,
He's
cut his enemy.
murdering how I'm gonna get murdered.
I think Discord just had a bit of a fit.
I wonder what my next character will be.
I think Discord just saved you, Ron.
Oh yeah, that'll stop him.
It's a state of execution, not a.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't absorb.
see you guys next week.
I can't absorb the damage from you up there. I'm afraid.
Getting tossed out 40 feet into the air and then
He's
getting double teamed by 2 elves is pretty hilarious way for you to die, though.
There is a chance. There's a chance that he's still monologuing and he hasn't realized that we can't hear him.
Yeah. Cameron's just explained to us exactly how Hendrik loses not only his
Over
head,
2 minutes.
all of his other limbs as well.
He just dealt 114
My
damage.
limbs.
As they pluck your new eye from your skull.
sorry, I don't know.
Welcome
what
Run
happened
back
there.
inside.
Oh no, yes, fine. I think we Discord had a fit because we all kind of
okay.
got like hard paused as well for a bit.
Okay, so basically,
Were you able to hear us at all?
no.
Well, Ryan
Maybe
already
for the
has his
best.
backup character ready, so go ahead.
The creature,
We were
the-
joking that. Go ahead.
The creature, the big bad one, she used 3 of her legendary actions to go invisible. And she's invisible, I think, to everybody. And because of Pythagoras' theorem, actually, Hendrik can still see her. But I will say, Torkel, you can't see her because of the way the building is on the roof now. And then Thoric can't see her because she's not within 10 feet.
Yeah.
Lernok's turn.
Cool.
And then Torkel.
Don't worry, my turn is going to be real quick.
Bonk.
Walk there. Cast bless, targeting myself, Hendrik, and Orly.
Okay, I'll put a little beam on you
Actually,
guys.
let me double check. Does bless? Can you upcast bless for another target?
Yes, you
Mhm.
can.
Cool. I will cast it at the second level, and I will
Next person.
for Thoric.
Cool.
I'm sorry, Torkel. I think because you're spell heavy, and Thoric is kind of punch heavy.
Makes sense.
There we go. Yeah, Thork, you got buff. Cool. That's your action. Any bonus actions, Lernok?
Let me check something. Oh, you know what? Oh, what's the range? What's the range on this thing? Cast this spell. Cast this new spell sheet. 30 feet. Oh, bitch, no! Hendrik's out of 30 feet. I can't get him.
Okay.
So no bonus action yet.
All right, Torkel, your turn.
Okay, 2 seconds.
No problem.
Right. I don't know what to do.
There you go.
I could try and cast this. So in front of me there is this elf engaged with Lyranok, and then Hendrik 40 feet in the air, like he's in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, surrounded by 2 elves.
There's one elf still on the ground. I'm going to put a flying symbol on him, actually.
Yeah, I believe that one's on the ground because that one was the levitate. That one was the fly.
Yeah. Yeah, correct.
Okay. And if I were to dispel magic on the flying elf, it would just drop, right?
If you're within range, it should do. Let me just...
Dispel magic's 120 feet.
Oh, yeah.
Dispel magic.
It's 120 feet.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it should be within range to do that.
That would be my action.
Do it to Hendrik. I need the one he's carrying.
An ongoing spell, 3rd level. Yeah, okay. That should work to end flying on him.
All right, let's hope for the best.
Sorry, we've got all our spell slots back, right? We rested.
Yeah,
we're good.
Long rested and everything. You're okay.
Fucking go Nova! Go Nova!
She's not that way. Okay. I'm trying to think about what I actually chain that into because I don't have a lot of bonus action items.
Hey, Lyranok, start at the end of this round, I'm going to tell you a few things about who you're fighting right now, and you're not going to be happy.
Oh no.
I think saving Hendrik's probably the most important part. So yeah, I will actually I don't need to move, right? I can see him from here.
You can see him, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'll cast Dispel Magic.
All right. Okay. Oh fuck! Give me 1 second. Wrong character sheet.
So
Why did that open?
I think if the spell that is on him is level 4 or higher, I need to make an ability check using my spellcast ability,
It's
which
3rd
is
level.
Wisdom. Okay, then it's just a spell, so he just falls.
Yeah. So he's gonna. Okay. So that happens. He's gonna use his reaction to Featherfall and land safely to the ground.
He's not,
This.
so long as he's not able to beat the shit out of Hendrik in midair, I don't mind.
Yeah. It's almost like these mages fly
I
along.
hate elves.
I think we're in.
Yeah, elves are
in
just the
trouble.
fucking worst, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean,
So
are they
he-
at least,
but
at least
he's
they're not
using
invisible
reaction.
anymore?
That's true. Wait until next round.
The only thing I'm worried about. just
Cypher,
now,
I'm trying to look on the bright side here, okay?
The one thing we should probably be worried about just now, Thoric, is that there is definitely at least one of them behind us.
Yeah.
I have no weapon or shield. I need them.
I don't have a weapon.
They're
or shield
currently
either.
floating 40 feet up in the sky right now.
That's what I was saying to Torkel to drop Hendrik.
But Hendrik would take damage if I dropped him,
Okay.
and he's a frail little boy.
So that's your action, Torkel. That
Mhm.
that guy, you just spell him. He drops for a second and like rights himself before he hits the ground, just naturally like landing like a cat, like just lands and holds the scimitar ready.
Yeah, I think that's my turn. That's the only action I can take.
Okay. Start of your turn, Hendrik. Roll me a strength saving throw, please.
Or what?
Or the
to-
stats.
yeah, to do.
5. Roll me
don't want
a D. You don't-
No.
Oh no!
I'm gonna go on a limb and assume a bless won't help him there.
Roll me a D8, please.
That's a no.
Okay, I'm gonna drop Hendrik.
7.
Fucking Hendrik's in orbit.
Okay,
And
he is now
this is
110 feet in the air.
This is like, as a wizard, you always have featherfall.
Oh, not 1,000 feet. He's not 1,000 feet. Hendrik, you go flying up another couple feet. But what I will say is any actions you want to take happen as you move. So like you can start. I will say you can be within range people, but at the end of your turn, you'll be 110 feet up. But the start of your turn, consider this: you're still within 40 feet of all your targets. It's like you're moving away.
Now,
Break
selfishly,
concentration.
I'm 110 feet.
You're 110 feet, but I'll still consider you being 40 feet away from these guys. You can cut yourself if you want to.
selfishly, I would ask you to throw my shield, but you do what you want.
Oh my god! Don't
If he
From
breaks
120
concentration on levitation, it is. Does he still go up to 110 feet, or would he go part way?
If he broke concentration on him right now, somehow, he failed the saving throw, so he'd still end up 110 feet.
Okay, cool, that's fine. We're still getting flung, but hey, at least it wouldn't get worse.
But if he ended the spell, like on his turn, if he dealt damage to him and he failed the Constitution saving throw, he would fall 110 feet.
Yeah.
You have saw this battle tactic so often against fighting your knights, against them using against your knights, just setting them up in the earth and then
letting gravity kill them.
Well, and if they get hit and they drop the spell, well, the guy's 200 feet in the air. So actually, I don't need to really concentrate on the spell mark and just cast a new spell.
What type of buildings are these? Are these residential?
Residential, yeah.
No, we're at a club. This should not be residential area.
Oh, sorry, it's a shipbuilding yard. So these are warehouses and stuff, like small little storage yards and things.
And
Also, loads of clubs have residential.
like, what's the civilian death toll of a fireball sort of in the area?
This is gonna
It's
fucking
nighttime,
hurt.
right? It's nighttime.
You gather.
It's nighttime,
with
right?
You. It's nighttime.
Yeah, everyone's
Start a
asleep.
fire.
There was a rave going on, but there were people out and about.
I mean, there are
It's nighttime, you said?
dozens and dozens of feet under the earth. And
Hey,
so on.
Ryan, you're about to go 110 feet up into the fucking sky. You do whatever the fuck you want right now.
Yeah. There is a real possibility that you actually leave the orbit of this planet, so you
Yes.
should probably take any decisions that you want because you're going to insta-freeze.
If it makes you feel any better, it only lasts 5 rounds.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you feel much better now, Ryan. Right?
Yeah, you can only get to 500 feet and then you'll die.
Well, no. The real comfort to take here is the fall won't kill you. The sudden stop, on the other hand, will.
Yeah.
I have a 24-foot long ladder.
What? Oh, in your clothes?
Robe,
The robe.
Throw us a rope.
Oh, I can get him. Don't worry, guys.
It would
Guys,
actually be badass.
guys, I can
Are
get
we
him.
just
It's
going to be
fine.
flying Henrik like a fucking kite?
Yes. I didn't even think of that, but if we have, is he?
I would like to. Okay,
Yeah.
so we have this spell, right? And I haven't yet gone up to 110 feet. I'm 40 feet up in the air.
Yeah.
Do you think I could pull the ladder out and like hook it?
Ryan,
on
if you want,
something like
I
this
can
chimney?
get you.
You can certainly try.
Yeah, okay. Fuck it. I'm gonna do fireball.
Yeah.
Hey, Lear, no, you okay taking a fireball
Okay,
to the
thank
face?
God.
Yeah.
You okay taking a fireball to the face with?
Sure, yeah.
Ooh, it hit Orly too. I don't hurt Orly.
Ollie up on the Ollie's
He's
up
on
on
the
the roof. He's not on the
I'm
ground.
Yeah, he's
fine.
up on
I
the
still have a big chunk of health.
I fucking don't.
Oh, you don't.
I took half
I
my
do
hit
know.
points from you.
I do, yeah, that's-
Thank
thank you,
you.
by the way. Thanks for that.
I have Revivify.
Like,
Yeah,
that we might get used to that.
DM, I would like to cast fireball
Okay.
on this square here.
Yeah.
It's gonna hit all 3 of them. It's gonna hit Lurinok. I don't know if it's gonna hit Orly or not.
Okay, let me just.
I think it would hit Orly.
Build.
Well,
Orly's
Orly's
not
20
on the
feet
ground.
up.
It was
It might not
20 feet
actually-
up, so I think he's
No,
safe,
it wouldn't
actually.
hit. Yeah, it wouldn't fit. Yeah, it wouldn't hit Orly. If it's a cube, a 20-foot cube, it wouldn't hit Orly.
Well, it's fair, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought fireball's fair.
I mean, in the game, it's here. No, a 20-foot in this game. See, this is all.
Well,
20
no,
foot.
'cause
This is a square.
Okay, let me just show this. This will.
You see what I mean?
This will show it. There we go. That's like.
Jeez.
All right. You want to cast fireball?
That yeah.
Uh,
Now hold on. I have
You
spell
have-
DC of the sorcerer spell increases by 1
Uh-huh.
because of my innate sorcery from earlier.
Yeah.
I'm going to use a heightened spell.
Uh-huh.
1 target of the spell disadvantage.
Uh-huh.
That'd be 2 of the sorcery points.
Mhm.
And I will cast Fireball at 4th level.
Can you roll me a
The one that-
Constitution saving throw, please, for a counterspell?
Oh,
I would like to counterspell that counterspell.
Cypher, do it, you coward! Counterspell the counterspell, counterspell the counterspell.
Well, I can't because this guy is counterspelling Hendrik. Hendrik's going to counterspell him. This guy can't counterspell because he's a
So
feather.
he's got no reaction.
So
this guy has a reaction.
he counterspelled.
He
counterspelled. Let's see here.
So he counterspells.
Okay, how do we do this?
You counterspell. Counterspell. So
he okay. So a counterspell.
In this
done.
edition, Ryan, it's a saving throw.
Yeah. So
I know.
the teal and the beast needs to pass his.
He has to roll.
Thingy.
He has to roll a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, and then if if he passes that, then he rolls.
Yeah.
And okay, okay, this gets way more complicated, guys. I haven't yet cast the fireball.
Yeah.
Nope.
So can I do the meta magic thing on the counterspell instead?
You can technically do it on both. They're both different spells.
It's true. They're different spells.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it.
So
give me a Constitution saving throw.
Disadvantage.
The save DC is 17, and he has disadvantage.
Okay, I'm rolling this. He does have a slight bonus to this because he's Blade Song. No, he fails. So counterspell does not work. And you get to use your fireball. What does it look like?
Oh, no. Fireball.
Yeah.
So with my right hand, I cast fireball, and my left hand, I say, no. No.
Okay. Nice.
Okay, I'm gonna do. Who's the fucker who cast levitate on me?
That's the one that cast Ascension on you.
Dude, right?
Oh,
okay.
Ascension.
I'm Ascension. Oh, fuck! That sounds way worse. Okay, I'm gonna cast on him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the heightened spell on him.
Mm-hmm.
So fireball at 4th level.
Is it a disadvantage on his saving throw?
He has disadvantage.
Okay, I will roll this.
So everyone in the area. So those 3 dudes are gonna give me. Oh, there's no details there. That's.
What's the damage?
Yeah, roll the damage.
It's gonna be. Oh, okay.
30.
17.
Okay. DC 17. All right. Okay. So this is the disadvantage save on the one that casts Ascension on you.
Need a deck save.
Failed with 17 or 15. Sorry, failed with 15. So yeah. So he takes 30 points of damage. And you watch.
We'll get back to him in his concentration.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just do something here. So describe this when all this fireball hits all the AP stays. Their armor like shimmers with a bright flash and seems to absorb a lot of the heat of the impact of the fireball. Like their armor has been purposely designed to counteract such a simple mage spell.
Such a simple mage spell.
It's rather rudimentary, really.
Are you telling me
it still hurts? They still get hurt. They're still like that still hurt.
The absorb element. Oh, please tell me it. Please tell me it is, because then the Marys are all buffed and
okay, so Hendrik, I'm rolling a deck save for the guy with who cast Featherfall now, not with disadvantage, just a regular deck save. 8 he fails. And then the one next to Lyranok with a deck save, natural 20. So he succeeds.
Oh wow!
So he takes 15, and then reduced
what
again.
What about Lyranok's deck save?
Yeah, Lyranok's deck save.
Holy shit! I passed.
Oh, yeah, let's go.
Fuck. Okay.
Damage to you.
Yeah, only 15.
All right. Okay. So this guy here.
If you could roll concentration.
Yeah, I'm starting to roll concentration on all of these checks.
Oh, and this misses me then, does it?
So he succeeds.
No, he doesn't. Early, you're fine. You're outside of it.
I'm gonna say he failed, so he takes 30.
These 2 failed.
Yeah, 2 of them failed. So they've taken full damage. Oh shit! Sorry.
Well, apart from their armor.
Yeah, the armor's doing some heavy lifting. All right, so 2 of them are hurt.
Don't say that.
The one that. So good news. The one that cast Levitate Ascension on you, and the one that cast Featherfall are both bloodied. They're not very strong. Don't have a lot of hit points. It hurts. Constitution saving throw on Ascension. On his, so he took 12. No, he took 15 points of damage. So the DC is still 10. on his con save.
Wait, didn't he take? Oh, he took half. Yeah, sorry.
Took half, yeah. So you should have took 30.
Resistance from armor.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's, I'm just going to roll this publicly because I don't have to build in his character sheet. So it's a +4 to saving throw. He needs to get over 10. He rolls a 20. So you still stay ascending.
It's about to become descending
Bye,
real
guys.
quick.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, Hendrik, is that your turn? Anybody? I think you've used everything, right?
Can I pull out a health potion as a free action?
I mean, you can have it.
Or
You can pull it
my
out, but you
jacket
can't
pocket.
use it.
I know. I just want it. I'm gonna hold it
Yeah,
on my chest,
hold
so
it.
when I smash into the ground,
they have it next to you.
it'll heal
They
me.
can feed you. Okay, all right.
I'm
Hendrik,
hoping to land on the health potion.
you watch Hendrik
Not how
fire.
that works.
Actually, this is really cool. So it looks like Hendrik fireballed so hard, it actually pushed him further into the sky. And he flies backwards, and he is now 110 feet in the air. Orly, it's your turn.
He's going to become a moon elf.
He fucking is.
Oh no, guys!
Oh boy.
I love
So is now a good time to try and break concentration before it goes again? I
It
assume,
really
right?
does. It really doesn't matter. It's
At
gonna
this
it
at
does
this point,
actually
real bad.
no, actually, no. I need to get to him. I
He
can
still only
fly.
cares about his sheep.
No, I can fly. I can
Save me.
catch him.
Save me! Save me! Save
Oh,
me!
you can
Save me.
fly.
How far can you fly though?
Ah,
First turn 90 feet. That's why I don't want
Fly
the.
underneath me and catch me.
Yeah, that's
No,
why I don't want the.
He's currently higher than that.
I know, yeah, but what I'm saying is that's why I don't want the
You can catch
concentration to drop.
Yes, or-
okay, question, Solace. Have I
Answer.
seen Thoric fly before?
Yes,
I have.
Yeah,
you weren't there
yeah.
for the session, but already has.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Cool. So I know he can catch. I will hold my action to this is a guy creating the ascension, right?
Yeah, he's cast Ascension
This
on
chief
Hendrik.
here. Okay, cool. I'll hold my action to fire at him. I'm trying to remember where this. I have a thing with this hand crossbow that I can do, but I can't fucking find it.
Sly Grasp. I think it makes them grappled or
Yeah.
something.
Something like that. Where the fuck is it? It's binding bolt. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to because I think that takes a bonus action anyway. Oh, wait, hang on,
charge
sorry.
into Binding Bolt.
I'm assuming Hendrik is beside him, so I can't. But he's not, so I can't apply sneak. So
No.
what I actually can do though, I can. Where the fuck is it?
You've got like rogue uncanny aim or something.
Yeah, it's something like that. Bear with me. Apologies.
Off the top of my head, I think you use your bonus action and you sacrifice
Steady
all
aim.
of your movement. Steady aim.
Steady aim I have. So I'll use steady aim as a bonus action now, and that will. You know what? I'll just.
Nice. I love it.
Cool, and then I'll hold my action to fire at said
What's the trigger?
fellow. Sorry. So the trigger is once Thoric gets underneath.
So
Okay.
I
Or-
will. I know you're gonna hate me.
Yeah, go for it.
That only gives you advantage on this turn.
Oh, does it?
On the current turn.
On your next attack roll on the current turn.
Is it not the? So it's not the round of turn. It's like
No,
literally
it's
within my
your
turn?
current turn.
Oh, that kind of
versus turn.
sucks.
They're different things.
Yeah, if it was for the round, it would say specifically round.
Gotcha. I don't think. I have
Or it would
anything
say
else.
like until
Until the
on
start
the
of your next
roll,
turn.
Until the start of your next turn, or something like
Yeah.
that.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. I didn't see that. I don't think I have anything else with the Conan strikes that can help.
I still think Hendrik
I do
fight
not.
would have been more entertaining.
So everyone, in fact, this guy who's cast Ascension, he's looking up towards Hendrik, is he?
He's concentrating on the spell, but he's not explicitly looking at Hendrik. No.
Shizer. Fuck, this is becoming difficult.
I mean,
Can
he's
you
definitely the one that cast it. You can see the glow on his twin blade. Like,
The
connected
roof-
to the glow on Hendrik.
Gotcha. The roof that I'm on, I don't want to
Uh-huh.
assume anything from the actual map itself, but is it a flat roof or is it an arched
Slope
kind of?
earth. Sloped.
Is there a valley in which I could block, have like some form of cover from
Like on the far side of
Out
it or
of-
something.
out of
Uh,
eyesight?
Yeah, if you went like, if you went like here, you'd be out of eyesight of like a lot of them.
Okay, cool. My attempt here is to bonus action hide, essentially.
Okay, then you can't steady him because you got to move.
Yeah, no, well, steady aim won't help me anyways.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. No problem. Just checking.
So I'll bonus action hide over here and then hold for the trigger of Thoric. Being underneath Hendrik. Am I still allowed to kind of like shift and fire if I'm out of eye line?
Yeah. Like as you're moving, you can fire.
I don't think that works though, does it? Because if I'm holding the action.
If you're on like the very edge up here, you might still be able to see me and Hendrik, but be out of line of sight of these two.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is I'm holding my action to shoot him, so he does still. I will have to have him in line of sight for when I want to shoot. But I don't know how that works.
You could also say that you want to hold action when someone moves within sneak attack distance. Like if Lernok moves into him, you could fire then.
I tell you what, this is all just too complicated. I'm staying where I am. I don't care about sneak attack or bonus action or anything like that. I'm holding to shoot that guy for when Thoric is either underneath Hendrik or about to fly up with the intent of catching him.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, that was so long-winded. Apologies.
That's fine. Sorry. I actually I get to finally use this spell against you guys. Yay.
Oh no.
Can you roll me a wisdom saving throw, please, Orly? At disadvantage. So just a
I
regular
think
roll
I
for you.
cancelled that out.
Yeah, just a regular
because-
saving throw.
No, Mishkan. Yeah, cool.
Regular wisdom saving throw.
Totally forgot what it is
Automatically
now.
gonna do. It's fine. It's fine. I just count the first one. 15.
Bless. It might make a
Plus-
difference.
As
Bless,
well.
yeah.
You feel a shivering
16.
insectoid like embrace trying to paralyze your body as a spell tries to hold you still as you shrug it off.
Oh,
I think you just made it and beat it.
Jesus.
As you see over here, an invisibility creature.
Oh my god, why is them all?
There was the one that was before. We just
This woman here, leaning back, like looking at you, and gives like a pathetic little hand clap between two hands, between the pistol hand and her sword hand, towards you,
Oh,
Orly,
that
and
was fun.
boys. Yeah, she has moved, and she is. She's cast a spell. She's no longer invisible. That was her action. She's moved, and as a bonus action, she's going to dash. She's going to move another 40 feet here on this roof, and she's going to move here. Sorry, she's going to move there on the corner of that roof and stand there. Thoric, it's your turn.
right. Eric, close and lock the door. And there,
Yes.
and Thoric is going to.
Is there not someone behind us somewhere?
Yeah,
Oh, there
Eric,
is.
No,
right here.
that's that one.
No, the enemy that was here is the one that just took their turn.
Okay.
Um,
Right.
And Thoric is going to use a bonus action and grow his wings. His
Spread your
icy
wings and fly, young
icy metal
dragon.
wings. And
Nice, sick.
I have one full movement is 30, dash is 60, and then if I take action surge, I can dash again for 90.
Mhm.
I am literally just trying to get up as close underneath Hendrik as I can, and I do not
Yeah.
have the galaxy math brains to calculate how below him I actually am right now.
So you move 90 feet, right?
Yeah.
So you would be 20 feet underneath him, like flapping, like, "Come on, Hendrik, I nearly got you."
Yeah, and my action is just to try and grab him if he is to fall. Actually, I didn't know my action was to dash, so I'm just going up after him. But my intention is to catch him if he was to fall.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, when?
let me get my piece of paper.
Cheeky request,
So you're
Cypher.
flying
Yes.
30 feet over.
I disregarded using a bonus action because of how long-winded it was getting, but could I have just activated the bind and bolt?
Okay.
It's-
Sure. Yeah, you can.
It's not a
activate
huge
Binding
deal if I
Bolt.
don't.
No,
but-
it's fine. It's activated
Okay.
for your next shot, so a binding bolt.
Yeah. And then I'll take a shot.
4, yeah. And this is the one that's grappling.
That's ascensioning.
Did the damage already happen?
Yeah, 20.
No, that's just
24
the
hits.
attack.
Okay.
24 hits, roll damage. 12.
Not bad.
12. And then do I have to do anything for the bind? I think it's a DC 15 dex save.
How do you want to do this?
Oh! Straight through the temple. Simple.
Lightning bolt hits him. He falls down dead. Lyranok. It's suddenly at this point you remember one of the worst things that the Teal'c mages have ever created. A rupture.
Oh.
You watch as he falls down dead and both his wrists start to glow with an arcane light as his whole entire body starts to glow, starting from his wrists.
No.
Thoric, that triggers. He dies. Ascension ends, and Hendrik falls. Make a strength saving throw to catch.
Strength save to
So
catch.
I did the
Yes.
And I still have
did the
bless, right?
math.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to roll this the once.
So I fell
And before you
25 feet.
tell me if it succeeds or not, I have a couple of options. So,
Okay.
I have a couple of options.
Anyway, hang on. Before you do that, bless.
I have
Yeah, so first I'll roll the bless number.
no, it's not enough. Well, maybe.
So it's just 1d4. Okay, so
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
I have inspiration. Use inspiration to reroll.
Well, hang on. Let him do his things first.
are you
cook.
sure you want me to use the inspiration?
Well, if you have other options.
Okay, then I will. So I'm going to roll again. I'm assuming that the bless is just going to stay the same, so just +1.
Slice is still +1, yeah. Ooh, that's
Okay,
worse.
so
What the
that
fuck?
is worse. So
Uh-huh.
now I...
Was that the inspiration roll? or
Yes,
was
that
the
was the
inspiration.
inspiration roll.
That was the reroll.
Okay, I'll take it off then. I'll take off my inspiration.
Can I use another inspiration, or is that not allowed?
You can take mine if that's allowed.
No, I think you.
No,
only take one at a
re-rolling.
time.
That would be
yeah.
bullshit, though.
Okay,
Yeah.
Re-rolling
then
re-rolls, I think, is
Th-
something we
so-
said no to.
then what about the ability to automatically take a 10 for the roll?
I'll allow that as your piety ability.
Yes, applied ability to allow.
What a good use for it too. Shit.
So it becomes a 10, so that's
So
8, that's
19.
19 success. You catch Hendrik as he falls in your arms, and he literally bounces off your arms. You go no, and you ball over forward trying to grab him, and you grab him by the scruff of his neck and throw him back into your arms.
Catch in the first bounce.
Yeah, all right,
That's my
you caught
turn.
him. Now it's your turn. The AP stays. One of them's dead.
And rupturing, whatever that means.
Yeah, whatever the fuck that means.
I'm gonna go. I can take a guess, but
I'm getting mad consequences for anything I do in the last few sessions. Like touch something, boom, teleport.
I mean, I don't really think that the whole rupture is going to be an avoidable
Yeah.
try to grab someone, boom, ambush. Kill
guy here-
said ambusher.
Moves here 15 feet. He's going to Misty Step right beside Torkel. Torkel, can you give me a... let me just check something. What's his bonuses? +3? Okay. Give me a dexterity or strength saving throw, please, Torkel. 18. Okay. 20.
Oh,
He
the
lands
health,
beside you.
22.
Bless.
He's not blessed, but he's in my radius.
22. Okay. All right. What's clear to you, Torkel, is he reaches into the exact pocket where you put the wedding band. He tries to grab it. And you fight him off. You muscle him out the way. You shrug, and you feel that paladin resistance of Lernok's aura as you elbow him right in the nose, and you break his nose.
So he's the one that was inside and saw me where I put my wedding band. The wedding band.
You're not sure.
Could be that they pass the information
they
on.
could be communicating with each other in other ways as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Something,
The
or a
one
farming
actually-
joke.
The one that was in the room with you still hasn't been seen.
Yeah. About that.
Because he's invisible. Sorry.
And we may have just locked Eric in the room.
Yep.
Yep.
Well,
Okay.
it was our best choice.
yeah.
This time.
That's that one's turn. That one's dead. The one beside Lernok. That's.
Like,
All right.
so much effort has gone in, and it's not even passed around yet.
So that was her turn. At the end of. No, I'm going to wait until the end of the Sapistai's turn for her to use a legendary action.
Is this one doing anything?
This one beside you is going to make a couple attacks at you with his
Okay, yeah, there you go.
double blade scimitar.
Yep, go for it.
Okay, so he's going to attack you. He's going to spin it around trying to attack you. So first attack for 20.
Miss.
20 misses.
I've got 22 AC.
Wow, okay. All right, okay, next
This way
attack.
crits me.
That's 12.
Woo.
Next attack. And for a bonus action, he's going to use like a tail whip attack for an 8, which misses. So ting, 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 ting. I mean, these weapons aren't so good at fighting bladed armor, and the only reason that you're doing so well defending against them is literally like you have fought and trained against this style of combat a lot, and you guys are all witnessing that Lernok is an expert at defending against this exact attack profile against him. And that is all of its turns. At the end of the Apistai's turn, the one on the roof, who is not invisible, she is going to aim her Magistrate Confluence pistol, and she's going to try and shoot Torkel in the head. Torkel, actually, let me just check something. Actually, might have put within range. 25.
But his skull is well
She can
crafted.
see me through the. She can see me through the wall.
Sorry, no, she would actually. Let me just.
Surely she.
Also, sorry, can I check? Is she on the roof or is she on the ground?
She's on the roof. She's on
Okay,
the
cool.
roof. And I would say from that height,
that row's a bit weird.
Yeah, that's not working very well on the map. So she'd be standing perfectly, like balanced perfectly on the high point of that roof.
Yeah, so that isn't a wall necessarily, Torkel. That's just top of a roof.
I will give
Yeah,
you.
no,
I
she's
will
on
give
top.
you. I will give you a +2 AC to your bonus because of how difficult it is for the shot. So you get +2 AC bonus, Torkel. She doesn't have advantage to the regular shot with her magic confluence pistol. 14 misses. Let's see what fireball came out of a gun. 2. A puff of flaky, icy billow shoots out and spikes literally like a mallet head sized chunk of ice where your head was like a couple feet earlier before you moved out the way. And she misses. Torkel, it's your turn. Sorry, Lernok, it's your turn. And then Torkel. Next.
So seeing as this one is fighting me, he's then just going to move down to here. He is going to try and hit this one over yonder.
Yeah.
One-handed staff attack. Where the hell is it on my new sheet? For 19.
Shield.
Oh,
Son of a bitch.
Shing! Brings up a shining, shivery shield.
I would still like it to make the con save for that, because if I hit, it doesn't matter about. Oh, wait, sorry, never hit. Never mind. Then, I'm still going to go after that one, because it's going after Torkel. Other one I can kind of deal with, but I don't want it going after Torkel, so going after it again.
Mm-hmm. You do have Bless, but
Yeah.
that 19 still wouldn't have hit.
Yeah, that includes it.
Mhm.
15. Even worse. Nope. That's gonna be
spinning the twin blade, he like ting, like just fights off your
Yeah.
quarterstaff, like sees exactly what you're trying to do, and like these guys are masterful like close combatants with these long
Here's the
range
downside. They are also very familiar fighting against people like me.
weapons.
However, now that I'm seeing that they're going after Torkel, I would like to use my bonus action to use my piety ability. Wherever it be, I want to say it's Sword of the People.
For a +1 AC bonus.
+1 to saving throws.
Nice. You
And I'll
feel
give this to Torkel.
welcoming touch on your shoulder from a spectral force, Torkel, and you feel like you can weather just that little bit more.
Hey.
And he's just gonna be like through gritted teeth saying like, "You will not touch him."
Nice.
And that's gonna be my turn.
And in return, she's going to fire a pistol shot at Orly, because fuck Orly.
She's been paying attention.
Buying dinner first.
11 miss. She's not impressed with me.
Did she load her gun?
She doesn't need to. It's magic.
I mean, clearly not.
No. It's magic.
It's magic.
What we don't know is that the
Okay,
third barrel just
Torkel.
has a stick come out with a bang flag on it.
Yeah.
Torkel, it's your turn.
I would like to cast. His weapon that he's holding is made out of metal.
It is made out of a very rare, shiny metal which you've never seen before in your life. In
Metal
person.
is metal.
Metal's metal. I don't know whether to create a wall of fire up here so he can't see, or to heat his weapon so he can't keep trying to hit me.
Sean, that was so comedic. He's like, does he have metal on his sword? Yeah. I'm gonna cast wall of fire.
So it was like,
Is he carrying spare change? Fireball.
At her, but she can move. Does this guy have wooden shoes? I'm going to shoot him with my gun. I don't know what to do.
Your best.
Yeah.
That's
I
power
can't
kill.
really see. I don't need to be able to see the place that I want to cast wall of fire. It just says anywhere within range.
Yeah.
But she's been shooting down at me from on top of this
Mm-hmm.
thingy.
Mm-hmm.
But he could just nick it from me. Yeah, I'm gonna cast heat metal on him.
Okay. All right. What's the saving throw for him? Is it?
I believe it is a Constitution saving throw. Hold on.
So if I remember rightly, you take the damage no matter what. If it's like a con save,
It's Constitution to keep hold. Sorry. So you
takes the
cause the
damage.
object to go red hot. Any creature in physical contact with the object takes 2d8 fire damage when you cast a spell. And I can keep doing that as a bonus action on each of our later turns to deal the damage. He needs to pass a Constitution saving throw if he wants to hold on to the weapon.
Sure.
If he keeps holding on to the weapon, he keeps taking damage. But if he fails the Constitution saving throw, he drops the weapon and the damage.
Roll me a con save.
It's his con save.
No, roll me a con save for counter spell.
For counter. Okay, sure.
Surely they must be out of those almost by now.
You underestimate the power of that wizard.
Hold on.
I cast haste on myself so I can cast more counterspell.
Okay, just a con save. That's fine.
Just a con save.
24.
Oh yeah,
Natural 20, baby.
So what?
28.
He lifts up the twin spear, and it's like it's his arcane implement for like channeling his spells. And you see like the fire take hold of the metal, and he starts to speak like almost like soothe the metal, try to like whisper this elvish tongue chant to disembowel like the spell. And as he does so, you just basically just go, in Kinos' name, it will not. And the fire just rages down the entire haft of the weapon as he like kind of almost has to shield himself from dropping it. So what's the damage he takes?
He takes 13 points of fire damage.
Not bad.
How do you kill this fucking mage with a fucking heat metal, my man?
Let's go! I think the fire goes down the blade, and he like he tries so hard to hold onto his own blade, that he accidentally like puts the other side of the twin blade into himself.
Yeah, and then do you know what happens? He puts the blade. It nicks his component pouch, and like it hits the back guano, and he basically self-immolates himself, casting a miniature fireball on his persons, and just blows himself up.
Okay, well, if he's dead, then I'm going to kick his body out of the way and move into the room to make sure that Eric's fine.
Okay.
So I want to be like, I'm assuming that's where the actual doorway is, right?
Yeah, you get in the door and you see that Eric is held against the wall by an invisible creature, and you hear a voice go, "Give us the ring or he dies."
I don't have any other actions left in my turn.
No, you don't.
You're gonna have to wait, sir.
There's an action economy, sir, and I can only do things within the confines of that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you hear that.
Oh
barked command.
no!
So he is grappled or restrained. He is grappled, and the point of a twin blade, you imagine, is pressed up right underneath his throat. At the end of your turn, final legendary action: pistol shot on Orly, because I need to hit someone with this fucking pistol. 23. Roll a d3. Roll a d3 for me, please, Orly.
How?
Just slash RD3.
See what animal
Yep.
it turns you into.
One.
Okay. Slash R.
Wait,
2d10.
oh, sorry.
You take 10 points of fire damage. Give me a dexterity saving throw as well, please.
Oh, hang on, because I'm gonna uncanny dodge the attacks, but I don't
Okay,
know
so
if
you take
that's all
5.
attacks.
Yeah, you take 5 points of fire damage if you uncanny dodge it, and then
Cool.
The
give me a
attack's
dexterity
damage,
saving
so
throw,
all the
please.
damage that comes from the attack is halved.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a
18.
fucking
All right.
check. Sorry.
The bullet flies through your arm, and you actually get the sense that the bullet's that large. It wants to actually impede your flesh and stay within your flesh and keep burning, but it flies out of like your lower arm muscle and dislodges. Otherwise, it kept would have burning your flesh and got stuck in there.
Ew. 5 damage
Yeah.
total.
5 damage total. That is the end of her legendary actions. End of Torko's turn. Now it is Hendrik's turn. And yeah, that guy who's dead, his armor is like nearly encased in the entire glowing energy. The one that died here. And then this one here starts not long after, but is nowhere near along the process. Okay, Hendrik, it's your turn. You are 90 feet in the air, and you're held very romantically by Thoric.
I don't have a lot. I don't have a lot of spells I can cast at 90 feet, unfortunately.
Oh, what's the distance between you and the enemy?
It's actually probably more than 90
Over
feet.
90 feet. What is?
Except for this one on the roof.
Only spell I have over 90 feet.
She'll be on a roof, so she is 15 feet
Go
up.
him.
15 feet up. Minus, she'd be 65 feet from you.
Yeah.
Fireball the sequel.
Please no. Or if you do, just don't. Please don't hit me.
I already have it. I don't want to do more complicated shit. I'm going to use guiding bolt. I'm going to do guiding bolt. Second level spell. It has advantage because of my thing from earlier.
Okay, roll with advantage.
Should affect it.
21.
21. Does 21 hit? I'm going to go after this one next to Lyranok.
Okay. One next to Lyranok. This one here.
Yeah.
They are going to reaction shields, my friend, and that misses.
I would like to counterspell.
Okay, can't see.
Oh, 60 feet. Damn it. Never mind. No, 60 feet counterspells range. Damn it. That's
Okay. So the guiding bolt does not hit. He like basically counterspells like 20 feet before it even hits him.
fair enough.
Is that your turn, Hendrik?
That's good.
Unless you want to just jump out of his arms and hit the ground.
That's
Do it.
no.
Hit the ground splatting.
Superhero landing.
I
How about the
think
ankles?
I'm gonna be like, I do have Thoric's shield, so I'm gonna just like prep that, I guess, whatever that looks like.
Orly,
my
your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna shoot at him.
Yeah.
Sneak. Shoot. 22.
22 hits.
Six.
Actually, wait, is he not still shielded until the end of his
Yeah,
turn?
yeah, he's shielded.
Okay.
Oh, I
misses.
didn't know that's how it fucking works.
Bless,
God damn it.
bless.
Bless.
Oh yeah, you are blessed.
I have bless as well.
Ah,
Hits.
no way.
Yeah,
I have
23
bless.
actually.
Can I roll?
Oh
Can I
wait,
roll
yeah.
bless?
If you roll a 4, you hit him with guiding bolt.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what's his AC?
Sorry, 23.
But, I rolled a
He needs,
21.
he needs to roll a 2.
So
Oh.
There you
a
go.
23. Does 23 hit?
Yeah, 23 hits, roll guiding bolt damage. Ooh,
Oh wait,
nice.
hold on. Oh, ignore that. I pressed. I love cast is level 2.
Okay.
You
So it
did
should have added an
not specify
additional.
that.
Yeah, I did. See, the first cast is level 2,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
and I did
Extra
say it out
D6?
loud too.
He did.
I don't. Was it extra D6? Yeah, I think it's
It's
an
just the
extra D6. I'll just roll it now
Yeah.
then.
Yeah, it's fine. It's 14
it's-
points of damage. Ooh,
yeah.
he's looking hurt.
14 damage, and then also
Nice.
has advantage.
Yeah, advantage. So, Orly, you can attack. You can see if you can crit him if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Oh! Roll that damage. Click that crit damage.
Dude,
Very
wait,
nice.
he's gonna have like 4 hit points left already, isn't he?
Oh my god.
How much overkill is that?
Like he actually nearly killed his hit points from like where he already was. The crossbow. All right, so this is what happens. The crossbow bolt hits him in the eye. The binding bolt expands and basically the web of the bolt expands from his eye hole and basically bursts his entire skull open.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Cool.
Pops like a watermelon.
Orly took fucking bloody
His
massacre.
eye.
His
armor starts to rupture.
Of course it is. I'm gonna.
And that crit.
Can I remind me?
was
Can I
next to
bonus
bless.
action attack again? I think I can, right?
Yeah, crossbow, but
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Gonna go for this because this is, from what I can tell, this is the only other person I can see. So, and back off. Yes. 20
Hit.
for nice, and then just normal damage. 9.
Wait, which one? This one over here?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, hits. Yeah. For 9. Okay.
Cool. As far as I'm aware, this is the only enemy left. I think, unless was that the same enemy that was down here?
Yeah, the one that ran south
Um,
looped back up to here. I
Oh,
think
they
that's
went
the same
invisible
one.
anyway, so
Yeah.
this could be for all I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
On her turn, she looks over the battlefield. Her helmet's stopped. You see the smile has dropped.
I wink because she pathetic clapped me, right?
Yeah, she did.
golf
I
clap.
wink.
She's going to go invisible.
Yeah, you better keep running.
And then what is that? Yeah, that's that. And then she moves an additional. And she's out of there.
We don't know that.
You don't know that. Okay, that's her turn. Thoric, your turn.
I don't actually have the
Still one
movement.
left. Still one left.
I still don't have the movement to bring all the way. What was I? You said I was like 20 feet
You're
below,
90.
so he was at 110 feet.
85
wasn't
feet in
I?
the air.
85 feet in the air or something. Yeah, I don't actually have the
85, you're
movement.
85 feet above the air.
Yeah,
of the
I
ground.
don't actually have the movement to get us back down to the ground.
I mean, you technically do. You just have to dismiss your wings.
Yeah. No, there's there's a roof right here. This
Are you
roof
okay?
is
Big
20 feet,
landed on a roof?
High. Yeah, of course.
Cool. I would like to land on the roof, please, if possible. What amount of movement would that take?
Land on the roof. That would take
Be
70
5.
feet.
70 feet
65.
land on that roof.
If it's
65,
20
65, sorry. It's a bit
65?
taller roof than the other one.
65.
Okay.
Oh, how tall is this one?
Still, even with a dash, you wouldn't quite get there.
You
I
can
mean,
just
well,
dismiss the
actually,
range at the end.
Yeah,
Just
technically,
land on
if you dash down, there's your superhero landing.
You just drop me.
Yeah,
He's
60
only 5
feet,
feet.
and then just drop.
Dismiss. Okay. All right. This is what both of you take in bludgeoning damage as you land on the roof. 6. You both take,
Whoa.
6 bludgeoning damage just land on the roof.
Naturally
5
roll
feet
max.
For 5 feet.
For 5 feet?
I mean, yeah.
We gotta have
He came down
consistency
pretty
here.
quick.
5 feet.
He came down pretty quick.
Doing 60 feet of movement in like a couple of seconds, and there's momentum there.
Honestly,
There
kind
is
of being
momentum.
generous. Kind of being generous there, I think.
That's fine.
Right, seeding.
Con save is
Damn.
it's fine.
I'll just cast Ascension on you again if you want to go way up there again. So high. Okay, Thoric. you're good.
Hendrik, we're going to have a talk later about separating from the party.
Yeah, by the way, me and Thork are going to Oakheart without you guys.
All right. This is a piece day. You'll watch as the armor gets hotter and hotter with magical energy, and then there's a
Oh,
bright
fair enough.
flash, like a flashbang going off. And let's see who's in the radius. 10, 15,
Well, he's 20 feet up as well. It might just be me.
It's a bubble.
I mean,
It's a bubble.
okay.
Yeah, the ball's
Just really-
curved.
and just
But it's a bubble that's from him, his source, right?
yeah.
This is the
What's the
same
range
thing as the
from
Whistler
source?
thing. If it's a sphere, not a cylinder.
I'm in range of all of them. Fuck.
It's okay. It's okay because it's psychic, so it goes through walls.
Okay.
So I would actually say Thoric and Tyr because they're on a Thoric and Tyr, Thoric and Hendrik because the way they're on the roof. I'm going to GM rule that they actually aren't affected by it because it's got the whole way through the roof. So it's just Orly and just Lyranok who are affected by this. The two
Oh,
of
good.
you are
You
going
know what?
to
I think
take
taking that
psychic
6 damage might balance out. Yep, it did.
The two of you take 15 points of psychic damage.
Nah, I'm done. No, I don't.
You're going to uncanny dodge it.
You
Yeah.
can't. You can't. It's not an attack.
No.
What?
It's not.
Well, then I
I thought
won't
he was
use.
gonna tell the
I
DM
won't
no.
use that. Then I'll use fucking evasion. Then.
That's on deck
It's not-
saves. Hate to break it to you, you're taking this damage.
I guess I'm taking 15 damage, Cypher.
All right.
What is the
And
what is the
then-
range of this explosion?
Hold on. What you feel is a blood-curdling scream as basically what is transmuted to you in this rupture is the death spiral of this person's soul dying. And because of that, and Lyranok worrying for you, one of the worst things that can happen in the battlefield is one mage dying and another one being beside them, as it sets off a rupture.
Chain
chain
reaction.
as it sets off the other two.
Fuck! Oh yeah, I'm gonna be down unconscious.
We're gathered
okay.
here today.
I mean,
Okay.
it probably won't outright kill me, but it's
Pick me
So-
well.
Lyranok and Orly and Torko is also affected by this, so this is damage for Lyranok,
I
Torko, and
don't,
Orly.
I don't know about you, Hendrik, but I
12.
like this rooftop.
You take 12 points of psychic damage as you hear another blood-curdling scream, and blood starts to come out of your eyes and your ears as you're like physically hearing someone scream, "I don't want to die! I don't want to die!" in your head. And
I'm dead.
I'm
I'm
coming
down.
at him.
and then the final one, which also will get Eric.
Mm.
for
Oh,
11.
fuck's sake.
No, I'm down.
He
Yes,
takes
I
so Eric is knocked unconscious. He's not killed outright because
Alright.
he's got a level.
Tim, can I request that I move 5 feet south just so I can watch all this happen?
Sure.
You cunt.
cool. So,
Thanks.
Eric is
question on-
unconscious.
a question on timing, if that's okay.
Yes.
If these explosions simultaneous, or are they one and then the other?
Once one goes off, they basically all trigger at the same time.
Cool. Because if it was consequent, well, actually, it might be able to. Because that 12 will take me unconscious. But if they
Okay.
both happen at the same time,
Yeah.
I
They're at the
won't
same
take a
time.
death save. I won't take a death save.
Yeah, it's designed to
Or
just
death
one
save.
big blip rather than like blip, blip, blip.
Okay, yeah. So basically,
Yeah.
I'm functionally taking 23 as opposed to 12 and then.
Correct, yes.
Cool.
Eric is-
For once,
Eric
that
is
is
down.
beneficial.
Eric is down, he's unconscious. The Episte, who's holding him, gets hit with the 11 as well. So he gets hurt by it. And now it is Lyranok's turn.
Cool. Death save.
That's it.
Try not to die.
No,
Do you want inspiration?
Okay.
no, I won't because I will take 1. If I re-roll, there's a chance I get a 1 and take 2.
Okay.
All right. Torkel, your turn. Then Henrik up next.
Okay, I can see.
You can see the Episte. The psychic damage to him. He lost concentration of his invisibility, so you can see him now. As he gets this look of like knowing, oh, everybody in the team's dead. If that happened, everybody's dead. And now it's less of the mission. It's just like, fuck, how did I get past you?
That's the neat part. You don't. I'm so upset. Did not get hit with an attack or a hostile spell.
You're
Still goes
upset.
down.
If I had just been smart and moved 5 feet anywhere west or southwest, I would have been fine.
And also, when this rupture happens, their body is sucked into the void and disappears. After
Oh,
the
I
explosion.
can't even loot them.
No.
Thanks, DM.
Thanks,
I wasn't
Obama.
I wasn't expecting the chain reaction.
Okay, Torkel, what are you doing?
Sorry, just give me 2 seconds, guys. My girlfriend needs a bit.
No problem.
I've worn this
I'm gonna go
headset
to
for
the
so
bathroom
long.
upset whilst we wait.
I have no idea how I'm going to edit this, but
Okay, I am going to cast. So if I move into Eric's space, I can't remain there because he's prone, right?
Correct. You could stand over him, do what you need to do, and step back.
Yeah. Okay. And if I wanted to shove or push anybody, that's an action,
Half your
contested
movement.
action.
Oh, do you mean to
It's
someone
half.
who's awake?
Well, either or. If it's half my movement to push Eric behind me, then I would do that.
I think I'd rule
If
that.
that's
I'll check
correct.
it next time, but I think you could step forward and then kick him, like shove him behind you. Yeah, I'll allow it for half your movement.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Then I would like to replace myself with him, and then I'd like to cast Mass Healing Word
Nice.
on. You let me know if I can see Orly. I don't know if I can, but I can definitely see these two guys.
You can see those two, absolutely not Orly.
Okay,
Actually, Orly,
are you still?
roll-
Are you
roll-
down?
Orly, roll me
My legs hangs over the edge.
Roll me a d10. Roll me a d10, please.
D10.
On a 1 to 5 or 1 to 4, he falls off the roof and you can see him.
20 feet! Sorry, don't do this.
He's a failed death saving throw as he kicks the ground with his tiny little nomad.
Wait, say it. Which one on I fall? 1 to 4?
Right. On a 1 to 4, you feel and slide off the roof and hit the ground
I'm
and
down
feel
for this,
death
dude. I'm down for this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he stays up there. But it means you can't see him.
Okay, well you might die because I'm gonna save these two.
I know.
Um,
What do you want to make you lose?
Wait, are you down, Orly?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down, yeah.
Oh, I can get him. It's fine. I can get him.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, great. I'll cast Mass Healing Word at just at the 3rd level because I don't want to
Okay.
put my 4th
I
level.
kind of wanted to fall off. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh,
That would have been funny.
Also, sorry, Bless is gone.
Okay, cool.
You can use a bonus action spell and an action cantrip, but you cannot use a bonus action spell and an action spell, right? It's only one spell.
Correct.
Okay, so I'll cast Mass Healing Words on Eric and Leonard for 7 points of healing, and then I will stand in front of Eric and say, well, it looks like you lost your bargaining chip, and I'm going to try and cast Sacred Flame on the guy in front of me, which is an
Okay.
action cantrip.
Yeah, that's fine. So two quick things happen. As he's dying, you just hear Eric go, Nate, I'm coming.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, God.
And he's like, oh, it was so
What
much
did we do to you?
grief.
What did we
I
do
can't
to you,
die.
Sniper?
This is like a guy,
What have we done to you? Like,
coming. Not if I have anything to say about it, you're not.
The
Like,
afterlife is not
did somebody
good. You know?
DM you something before this session or something like?
I'm sorry, Eric.
roll
You have many
damage.
years of pain to go through yet.
Oh, sure, he feels it. Nice.
If you fail, yeah, roll next. 9?
9,
Okay.
9 Sacred Flame damage.
You are being rescued.
9
Do not
radiant
resist.
That never gets old. I love that.
What is your spell DC usually? How do you usually?
It's wisdom. Sorry, it's your main spell modifier. It's 8 plus your spell, like your ability modifiers, like plus 20 is plus 5. So it'd be 8 plus 5, then plus your proficiency.
So it's
Should be
8 plus
16?
7 for me.
Yes, you should be 16.
Yeah.
Oh,
And that's
but it says 15. Weird.
What is your
I'll look it up.
wisdom?
My wisdom is plus 4.
Oh,
okay,
never mind
that
then.
makes
Yeah,
sense
that's
then.
right. That's right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
For 15,
Like,
yeah.
Oh, so it's
yeah.
8 plus 7. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is 15. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's fine. Good.
Right, Hendrik, your turn. Hendrik's playing Kenshi, I think, now, because he hates me.
Fucked her things in. How absolutely fucked her things in front of me.
Or he's unconscious.
Down? Who's
Orly's down, that's it.
Orly's down unconscious?
And you
Oh,
thought
that's it?
you were
Okay.
having a
Okay,
bad
Eric got
fight.
saved.
I saved the other two because I'm clearly the MVP of this party.
There we go. Wake us done.
Okay, one second. I got a spell.
Steve,
Don't be
cast
fireball.
again.
As soon as as soon as
Didn't they get
I
up?
can't get
Fireball.
D20 to load for me. Dean, could you do me a favor? I have Healing Word. Can you cast Healing Word on Orly?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, also, by the way, these buildings are really well made, so your fireball spells, like, most of them are stone, so they didn't actually set fire, otherwise that would have been really bad.
I don't think anybody actually.
Yeah, we would
cared
have
at the
casually made
time.
an inferno.
Inventory
Kind of worried about
spells.
We burned down fucking breakwater.
First
Little did we
level?
know, we were the spies all along.
11. Okay, 11 points of healing
Yeah,
already.
Nice. What the hell do I do? Just stabilize and then
You just
Yeah.
You're good. You're good. Okay, is any bonus actions, Hendrik, or any more movement?
I'm gonna just yell down to Lyranok. How you doing, Lyranok? Jesus Christ, you look fucked up.
I want to point out, the vast majority
it'll
of
be
my
fine.
damage was still taken from friendly effect.
But, I mean, you did take a lot of damage for me as well.
Lyranok,
So.
all
Yeah,
you hear in all you hear in your head is, I don't want to die.
Well, don't stand in
I don't
the
want to
middle of
die.
holding.
Nah, Cypher's got it out for us, this one, man.
I did get to nearly
Sean,
kill you
just a
into these
reminder,
spines.
You still have advantage on charisma checks in case you want.
All right, Orly, your turn.
In case you want to be dramatic.
I don't see anyone,
No.
but there's something happening at the front door, maybe.
You definitely see that, like, Eric is, like, pulled out. He's, like, healed. He's, like, ugh, like, stumbling prone, conscious.
Okay.
And then, yeah, you could hop down if you wanted.
Yeah,
Just
hop
20
down.
20 feet.
Everything seems
20
fine, I
20 feet
guess.
of movement, hop down, yeah. Do you see, like, further in the hallway that Torkel is, like, standing off against someone. Like, clearly standing.
But
on the fence
Eric, but
poster.
Eric's here, so that's fine. Do I have clear shot?
You don't have a clear shot, but I'll make
Okay.
it. I'll give him a +5 bonus without the chance of you hitting an ally.
Yeah,
But,
cool.
I mean, yeah, you are literally shooting through like 3 people with 1 prone.
So the enemy just
Imagine-
gains +5 AC. I don't have any kind of like penalties towards hitting.
No, I
Yeah.
will not say you will not shoot a friendly target.
Cool.
No, absolutely not.
Cool. What the hell am I waiting for then? Sick.
Could you imagine if I'm trying to have like this cool standoff and I just get a fucking crossbow bolt in my back from my ally?
Sorry. My bad.
There must be one extra. Ugh.
You gonna move here, Orly, for the shot?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. No problem. Yeah. You're gonna.
Oh,
Well, I think he managed to avoid Torkel.
Oh,
my
God.
God. A crossbow bolt up just above my head.
All right.
listen.
He gets
Oh
sneak
shit! I
as
clicked
well.
the wrong one. I'm so sorry. Well,
How do you want to kill him?
like, can I just want to do the crit damage to see?
Why? That
Yeah.
is the crit damage.
Fucking God.
No, it wasn't.
my god.
Oh.
All right, Orly.
Can you know in Skyrim when you make a shot from far away?
Yeah.
You know the cutscene.
Yeah,
I
it
want
just
that to
flies
happen in my head
through.
canon right now, where it flies and weaves through Lyranok, Eric, fucking
He
Torkel,
fucking
and into the eye.
Yeah.
He
It
wanted this shit.
It flies. It flies through Lyranok's cape. It pushes a hole through Lyranok's cape. Eric is trying to lean back. He raises his hand in the air. It goes in between his middle and third finger, just barely grazing the flesh. It flies through Torkel. It actually goes through a loop of his chainmail and out the other side of his chainmail, perfectly intact. And then it hits the Episte directly in the gut. And with that, it hits his magical component pouch as he looks down, as his magical components pour into his guts, as he slowly disintegrates from the inside, trying to pull himself back together, as he disintegrates from the belly down to his feet, down to his chest, and it completely destroys his armor as well.
Oh my! By the way, I've just caught myself. You know that GIF of the guy doing the shocked fish kind of face?
Yeah.
I was actually just going. Caught myself.
Important part though.
Come out, close the door.
Does that trigger a rupture?
No, the
It does
armor's
not trigger
gone.
rupture when you deal that much damage to him. The armor is destroyed from the
Okay.
spell, from the hitting the component pouch.
That's fucking
It wasn't the armor, was it? I thought it was part of them. It started from their wrist.
Yeah.
You can have
That's
armor on the wrist.
So cool.
I know. I just didn't have them.
There was a lot of nat
Well,
20s this session.
You just want someone get disintegrated from the belly up from a disemboweling shot, Torkel.
Yeah,
And Eric's like,
Torkel
For
didn't
you,
like
for
him.
you,
Jesus
for you, that
fucking
was a
Christ.
traumatic event. For during the war, that was a Tuesday. However, though, so Lyranok is fucking out of it. He's literally like almost trauma spiraling, but there is still the level of, but someone needs help over here. He's going to go and check on this individual. Like that was what's initially that was going to be his goal turn one. That never fucking happened.
they are bouncers. They have been choked unconscious, but they're still alive.
Unconscious, fine. I can work with that. I'll just do like basic first aid kit up nonsense to make sure that they are okay.
Hey, Truth Caller Hendrik, make a perception check for me, please.
I go back up and watch as well. That's okay.
Sure, make a perception check as well.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
12. Okay.
Roll20 is not loading for me. I have to reload the entire damn thing.
I can roll it for you if you want.
If it's not been more than 10
Yes.
minutes, I still have tremor sense.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'll roll a perception check for you if you want, Hendrik.
Yes, please.
17. Hendrik, you notice it's eerily strange that no brass shields have turned up.
Yeah.
A fireball, a dealing on the roof. This is clearly some type of club.
Yeah.
It's a bit strange.
Now,
And with that,
Yeah, what
you
is
guys
up?
recovering? You guys recovering, feeling over your injuries. What quickly do you guys like rush somewhere like a safe house? You barrel into like an abandoned warehouse, like to get stock of something. What do you quickly do? Because
I attach the ring to a chain that is around my neck so that we can.
Sick.
And if I have 10 minutes, I'm going to fabricate a duplicate ring by using the spell fabricate.
Okay. All right. Okay. Shall we say that you like quickly just find somewhere, or roll a survival check for me, please, to find like somewhere quiet where you can take stock of shit that happened.
Cool.
It's a silver ring, right?
Yeah, silver ring. Yeah.
Yeah.
26.
Natural 20.
That's
You
a
find
natural
the most so covert, hidden little spot.
This building right here.
Yeah. Okay.
You go back downstairs into the rave.
You find somewhere to hold up. Eric is injured. He's out of it, but he's alive. I'm going to say injured. He's magically healed, but he's still like got mental trauma from being attacked. He's not a soldier. He's not a fighter.
I mean, yeah, he didn't take any physical damage. Right? It was all fucking mental.
yeah, he's just like, I can't get that scream out of my head.
Welcome to the front lines, baby.
and so you fabricate, you make a double, Torkel.
Put him out of his misery.
What the fuck? Nice. what is with the 20s?
Where the fuck were these rolls before?
Yeah.
This is a crazy session for 20s. I think you guys have honestly rolled like over 10 natural 20s this game.
I think so.
I
yeah.
think
What
so.
we've established is that, because remember,
So, yeah.
as soon as we left Concord Lands, we rolled like shit. We should never leave again.
I agree. Whoever, like, yeah, that was
I mean,
stupid.
Truly
what-
favoured by the gods.
All right.
So
While you
so
guys are recovering, taking a breather, go ahead. Torkel.
Thork is going to just like put a hand on Hendrik's shoulder, right?
Give me.
and
my
firstly
gear.
says, "You're welcome for the save." And secondly, if we're in a situation where you have my stuff in a fight and I need the stuff, please don't run away from me. Come to me, I'll protect you. But I need the stuff. Please.
Yeah, okay, fair.
I appreciate it.
All right. Let's do piety, because we're going to end the session there. All right.
You
Keynotes.
can cast invisibility on your shield. So you can go into places with the shield.
Taking decisive action on impulse, definitely for you, Torkel. Bahamut.
Sick.
Revealing a critical truth at an important moment. And
Everything we do with
and
Oakland.
discovering or documenting an unknown people, poorly misunderstood creature. That's 2 for you.
Hells yeah.
For giving-
What's the threshold for the next level again?
15.
Oh, I'm on 16. Cool.
Okay, you got draconic into intuition then. You've become proficient in insight or investigation. If you're already proficient in one of these, or both these skills, you can choose one to become an expert in.
Damn.
I will put that into my character sheet when I'm at my actual PC.
Yeah, it's grand. Tier. Destroying or safeguarding dark knowledge, enacting the laws of the land. Enacting laws of the land, I would say, for killing fucking mages, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then for Boldray,
That puts me at 15, by the way.
nice. So you got your tier 15 ability. When
Yes,
a
sir.
critical hit is scored against you, you can use your reaction to reduce the damage equal to half your current piety score, round it down. At 15 piety, your damage reduction is 7. You can use this ability equal to your proficiency bonus.
But was that
Could
because
you
when you
send
were
it,
crit?
text to me?
I'll
Yeah, when you're
mention
crit.
it to you. Yeah. Yeah. Just post that to you. It's like you basically seeing the future of getting out the way of like the worst of the critical hit from tier giving you. Boldray. Defending people from a major threat, keeping your home well after feeling starving. I would say defending the people from a major threat, absolutely for you two, for Orly and
Yeah.
Lironok.
Heck yeah. That puts me at 15.
Nice. So you get appraisal of intention. If you spend 1 hour within 30 feet of a creature that's friendly or neutral to you, it must succeed a DC 8 plus proficiency bonus plus your wisdom, charisma. Wisdom or charisma saving throw. On a failure, the creature's alignment is revealed to you and only you. On a failure, nothing is learned about the creature. The creature is aware of this ability, only its charisma score is higher than DC of the saving throw. Basically, you have a sniffer dog on alignments. That was a fun session, guys.
Oh my Christ!
Yes. It was very fun. Thank you.
Cypher,
The amount of
I
corpses.
am so sorry.
I want to see if I can
Oh,
count the
what?
20s.
The amount of
Joke that it was a teen rave. I didn't think it would actually be a teen rave.
The minute Cypher said "fuck you," I was like, "Oh shit, he's actually guessed it."
yeah.
The fact that we waited
Yeah.
like months to break into a teen rave is pretty hilarious.
It was it from the start. It was where Eric and Nathaniel met. It was like their club, and they went back there.
Yeah.
50 years later. I'm glad they got it out of the way.
Yeah. No, you've
Can't
got
believe-
a
it
ring.
was really good session. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a
I
lot of fun.
mean, the whole those pistol guys are dangerous.
Yeah, they fucking hurt.
They hit hard. They die
Yeah.
easy, but they hit hard.
Their HP kind of sucks though, at least.
Yeah.
I
There's
mean,
not
yeah,
much you can do
they're-
about it if you're
yeah,
just in the air and they're just
they're a
wailing.
faction of wizards.
Yeah, I feel pretty bullshit
Oh,
if they all had like
hey.
80 hit points.
Yeah.
DM, their armor. Did any of their armor survive?
No, they all-
or
they all
did
melt.
just
No,
for
their
their
armor
No.
explodes and kills them.
No looting.
All
Oh,
all of their armor is like pulled into like the nether realm and like just destroyed with a psychic scream.
What, they fight Mortal Kombat?
Yeah. Yeah, Lyranok, like that was like a recent development during the Third War, because you guys started to like try to study their armor, and they were like, no, we're not having these fucking clerics study our armor, so we're just going to start to set up a bomb. And also, I'll just say this to you, Lyranok, those are line troops. That's
So it's not like they're infiltrators. Those
They're
are
not
frontline
special
troops.
forces. They're grunts.
well, that's like the base level that like a trained. Those are skirmishers. Like they are the base
Okay, then.
skirmishers that the Teal'c Empire employs. So they
Yeah.
aren't even special forces.
So okay, so yeah, I thought you meant like they have just.
Yeah.
Ooh.
No.
Okay. Welcome to the front lines.
Front lines and Breakwater being the furthest possible place within this.
Literally
fucking
as
country
almost
from-
as far south as we can possibly get.